Good evening. Welcome to tonight's meeting. Thank you for coming along. It's obviously a healthy crowd. I'd just like to start the meeting just acknowledging the traditional owners on the land which we're meeting tonight. That's the Wadawurrung people. I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'd also like just to make a short statement just in relation to a recent event in Sri Lanka on Easter Sunday. There was a bombing in Sri Lanka that we're probably all aware of. There were over 250 people lost their lives, and two of those people were Australians, a young Australian mother and her 10-year-old daughter. We're amongst those who were killed. So just on behalf of the City of Greater Geelong and the Multicultural Action Plan Advisory Committee, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to the Sri Lankan communities and to the Sri Lankan people in our region, in particular in Geelong and across Australia. In relation to tonight's meeting, the meeting is broadcast on the internet and the recording of the meeting will be published on Council's website. As a visitor in the public gallery, you may be filmed. By remaining in the public gallery, you consent to being filmed and for the recording of you to be made publicly available by the Council. A copy of the Council's live streaming and recording of Council's meeting policy is available at the back of the room and on the Council's website. Please speak with one of the members of the staff if you have any questions in relation to that. Are there any apologies for this evening's meeting? None noted. Thank you. Can I get confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 26th of March? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Seconded, Councillor Sullivan. Those in favour, those against, they are carried. Thank you. And also the special meeting held on the 17th of April 2019. Moved, Councillor Sullivan. Seconded, Councillor Murray. Those in favour, those against, they are carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest to be noted? Councillor Aiken.
Both items associated with the bike paths, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Grisbeck?
Both items with the bike paths, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Just complete the paperwork and
Yep.
we'll note those accordingly. Thank you. Public question time and submission time is an opportunity for members of the gallery to ask a question of Council, and we'll do our best to either answer the question or take it on notice or have it answered within 14 days. I have a number of questions that have been submitted prior, so we'll deal with those, then I'll make opportunity for those in the gallery to come forward if you haven't already submitted a question. Our first submission comes from Mattia. Is Mattia here this evening? I'll take that on notice. Our second question is from David Charles. Is David with us this evening? Would you like to come forward, sir, and ask your question?
Hello, councillors. The question, I guess for the general public, I'll read it out. With regards to the Better Bike Connections proposed design options for High Street Belmont, which is being funded by the TAC, parties affected by the proposals were asked by the council for their input. 35%, only roughly a third, favoured the option involving the lease changes. The rest, around 63%, favoured some type of protected bike lanes, either option 2A, 2B or 3, where the cyclists are separated from the cars. Of those three options, the most preferred was number 3. Countries that around the world that have installed bike lanes, there's been a big increase with protected bike lanes with the number of people that cycle. I've heard recently Seattle had one and there was a 400% increase in people cycling, which is great for the health of the people, plus it also will ease some of the congestion by encouraging more people to cycle where there's less need for people to ride. As I said before, it's been fully funded by the TAC. Just a few other quick points before I finish. The old saying, build and they will come. Especially a lot of women and children are reluctant to ride on roads which are unsafe. And if you make a paths safe for cyclists, you'll get more people like them riding. And I guess to conclude, better and safer bike paths will reduce congestion and help with the ease the demand on limited parking that's available. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, David. I'll just give a quick response because there will be a number of questions on this particular topic tonight, and we understand and appreciate that. But obviously we're dealing with the issue tonight. There'll be discussion and debate on it. We're not in a position to make any comment at this point in time because of the discussion that will take place. But we have taken in considerable information and submissions and community feedback in relation to this particular issue of the better bike connections. It has been going for some time. All councillors have been briefed on a number of occasions from a number of different parties, and the information has been substantial, as has the submissions. So we'll consider all points that are made, and they'll all be considered during the debate and the discussion that will take place later this evening. But thank you, David.
Okay, thank you very much.
Barton Van Laar. Thank you, Barton.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Thank you for the opportunity to give a little bit of background and ask a few questions. 2010, Geelong had a third of the state's fatalities for cyclists. And we work with this council and Vic Roads, and to this date, those statistics have changed. And I commend this council and previous councils for the work that the council has done in improving safety and infrastructure in this region. It's to be commended and it's exciting, but there's a lot of work to be done. Further context, in 2013, we established the PBN, which the council adopted, which had specific routes in it that connected the region. And I must emphasise that it is strategic. In 2013, I'm a nobody, but I was in the offices of Luke Donnellan and Lisa Neville, lamenting the fact that Geelong was not getting our share of funding for cycling infrastructure and it was all going to Melbourne. Luke Donnellan then promised to come up with a fund of about 100 million, which dropped down to 90 million. And I argued strongly that as a part of our representation of population, we at least wanted 5%, let alone 10%, because we were that far behind. The other thing we asked about was Rory's Law, and some of you may know that, and that was also changed. Subsequently, 2 years ago, it was announced that we got 4.8 million for cycling infrastructure through the TAC. They carefully looked at the projects that the council put up with the help of some wonderful officers, Luke Sherwell and Jared Malone, in the engineering department, who did a great job. And those two projects came up because they were strategic. They were the key southern links that the experts deemed was the best link possible. It is strategic because the southern region, and I'm currently working with Major Projects Victoria, and also the PTV, Public Transport Victoria, to look at the link between Geelong and Torquay on the transit corridor, and also the duplication of the Bowen Heads Road that also links to the Moorabool Street Bridge.
Mr Mayor, can we get a question, please?
The question is, the consideration of those points in the strategic sense. I'm hoping that this project gets accepted and also we continue the other work. Secondly, the question also is the new head offices that you're building, that you about 20% of your staff ride bicycles, and they'll also connect to the journey at Moorabool Street. So thank you, Councillor, and I thank you for all the support we've had in the past and look forward to that ongoing support. Thank you.
Thank you, Barton. As I said earlier, the debate will take place shortly. Maria Nienhuis. Is Maria here? Oh, thank you. I've been practising. I've done tonight. Welcome.
Good evening, all. I do a lot of cycling for pleasure, mostly, and when I cycle from the Eastern Gardens along Malop Street using the safe, beautiful bike path in the city centre, it's really nice, but then I'll get to Jerringhap Street and then I go up Jerringhap, and that's where the cars are just too close. There's nowhere to go. So I do understand the concerns of traders, but statistics in many towns across the world, it's been proven that when shopping areas are changed to be more pedestrian and cycle-friendly, revenue has increased for traders in those areas. New research from Transport London, conducted by Matthew Carmona from the University College London's Bartlett School of Planning, revealed that those not in cars spent 40% more each month in neighbourhood shops than motorists. The research was conducted in areas of London which have benefited from Dutch-style streetscape improvements, such as the addition of cycleways. The number of people walking increased by 93%, this is London alone, with a massive 216% increase in activities such as going into shops and cafes. Transport for London's Healthy Street approach designs street for people that are easy to access by foot or bike. So my question is, first question, is the loss of some parking spaces more important than the safety of cyclists wishing to shop or commute in the Belmont area? The second one, if the Southern Link in Belmont is not supported, where does that leave the Medi-Pleasure or commuter cyclist? And the third is, what will happen to the funds already allocated for this project? Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. As I say, a number of these questions and comments will be addressed during the discussion this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rory Lynch is the next one. Is Rory here this evening? No, we'll take that on notice. Eva van der Vlies. Is Eva here this evening? Eva, thank you.
Good evening. My question's regarding the Breakwater Road footpath petition, which will be submitted later on in this meeting by Councillor Mansfield. The lack of footpath access between Fowler Street and Carr Street on Breakwater Road poses a health and safety risk to residents of Breakwater and visitors to the Geelong Racecourse and Geelong Showgrounds. We've requested that the City of Greater Geelong install a footpath as a matter of high priority. Breakwater residents have been increasingly isolated from public services and amenities. We have no footpath access to a milk bar, our local supermarkets, our post box was removed, and our public transport options are limited on weekdays by infrequent bus timetables and no buses on evenings and weekends. The only option for many to get into town is by foot or by mobility scooter. No footpath means it's hazardous or impossible for many Breakwater residents to access East Geelong and the CBD. We're only a few kilometres out of town but have no safe way to get there without a car. We've been told over the years to be patient and a footpath is sitting somewhere on the priority list, but the racecourse and showgrounds have been there since 1907. We feel that we've been patient enough at this point. We'd like to know where exactly does our footpath sit in the priority list and when we can expect to be able to walk safely along Breakwater Road into the city.
Thank you, Eva. The response I've got, it's not funded in the draft of the 1920 budget and it gets considered in the 2021 budget. That's the response I have from our engineer department. But the fact that you've come in and made this particular presentation this evening will allow councillors, one, to be informed of this particular issue, so we can have better debate and better discussion with our council officers and perhaps see what we can do.
May I additionally ask if it can be considered as part of the clever and creative vision for the city, because it actually supports a lot of the ideals that are trying to be promoted.
I understand what you're saying there. The only other comment I will make is we have substantial requests for further footpath development through the whole region of Geelong. There is a list of priorities as to where we think the more urgent ones are, but the fact that you've taken the time to come in and raise the profile of this particular issue, we'll see where that takes us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Heidi Fogg. Is Heidi here this evening? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heidi. This is actually a question on behalf of my son. He's 12. We discussed the bike lanes and the connection between Warren Ponds and the city through Belmont High Street. And his reaction was, people on bikes still need to shop. And his question to you is, what makes you think people do not want to ride their bikes to the shops?
Good question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Phil Bolch. Is Phil here this evening? Thank you, Phil.
Thanks for taking my question. I represent a local community group, Transition South Barwon. I'd like to acknowledge that Council has supported a number of projects run by our group, including the Transition Streets project being run currently by Monica Winston. One of our functions is research in the realms of energy, finance and economics. Our aim is to raise awareness of the need to plan for an orderly transition to a low energy future and to create working models of connected neighbourhoods and local economies. Planning a low energy relocalised economy now will allow us to maintain social cohesion, have dignified lives and meaningful work as we make this inevitable transition. In February 2012, Council voted unanimously to join a Municipal Association of Victoria initiative, Councils and Communities in Transition, CASIT. The program aims to promote awareness and understanding of the significant challenges councils and communities will face in coming years and to support groups like ours to assist in planning to meet those challenges. Support for programs like CASIT diminished in the years following its inception because, despite the closure of Alcoa and Ford, our economy appeared to be growing and fuel prices remained relatively low. This was made possible only because of record low interest rates, record high debt creation, as well as population growth. However, our study of energy economics shows that right now, a century of increasing prosperity is going into reverse. This is happening because our energy-based economy is being undermined by an upwards trend in the energy cost of energy. A global energy descent is now underway. Governments are confused by distorted econometrics and have no meaningful policy response. Although we need renewable energy for the transition, wind and solar only look cheap when compared with now expensive fossil fuels. The trend cost of energy is rising inexorably. In 1960, 1 unit of energy invested yielded around 50 units for use in the economy. Today, that ratio is down from 50 to 1 to 11 to 1. Every day, as our heritage oil, gas and coal fields decline, we draw closer to the net energy cliff edge. The creation of an Energy Descent Action Plan, or EDAP, was identified as a key CASIT initiative. An EDAP would help Council continue delivery of services and support social cohesion as energy and food costs rise and household incomes decline. Having no plan for energy descent would risk us being taken by surprise and the emergence of a disorderly, dystopian energy transition for our community. Large parcels of land near local communities may be crucial as high energy costs start to impact the long, complex supply chains of our globalised food system. My question is, what council land has been reserved in and around the city for urban and peri-urban community agriculture? And what progress has Council made on an Energy Descent Action Plan for the City of Greater Geelong? Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Since signing up to the MAV Council and Communities in Transition program in 2012, Council has developed and endorsed a climate change adaptation strategy and has adopted the zero carbon emissions strategy. There are a range of projects that have been completed or which are underway as part of these strategies. The Council has also sought to enable the change in the community by endorsing the Community Zero Carbon Action Plan developed in collaboration with the Geelong Sustainability, the Barwon Head Sustainability Group, Sustainability Victoria and Transition Streets Geelong. One action is the Transition Streets Geelong project, which brings neighbours together to explore what they can implement in their homes and local area. TSG leads this project and has 14 active groups across Geelong, with each group being made up to 6 to 10 households. Workshops for residents in the areas of water, energy, food, transport, waste and consumption have been run this year in 2019. Another action is the Community Renewable Energy Transformation 100% Clean Bellarine project. The Barwon Head Sustainability Group leads this project. It aims for an effective approach to 100% clean Bellarine region, inspired by the renewable Newstead and totally renewable Yakandanda projects. Both of these actions are financially supported by the city. The city is helping to preserve urban and peri-urban agriculture through planning controls that protect our agricultural land from unplanned urban development and incompatible uses that compromise the ability for farms to operate. The city is also working on a study into Geelong's food system to inform further work in this area. So we are well committed to these particular issues. Phil, you do take them to a high level, and that is appreciated that you bring this to our attention. But the council is working fairly vigilantly in this space and will continue to do so.
Thank you, that's wonderful. With respect, is there an energy descent action plan as recommended by MAV CASET?
I'll need to take that on notice and get a response to you. I don't know the answer at this point.
Okay, thank you.
But I have the question here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Priscilla Prescott. Is Priscilla here this evening? Welcome.
Thank you. I wish to ask a question regarding a pedestrian crossing or refuge in Barrabool Road, Belmont, near the Booper Nursing Home. I've spoken to most councillors and Vic Roads. All have agreed that this is a necessary work, but nothing happens. Regarding the Booper Nursing Home, residents, visitors and staff crossing this very busy road to access the car park is a very traumatic experience, as it is for children excuse me, and seniors and staff to the cafe. Surely this is not a major work. The community have been requesting this for at least 6 years, first with a petition to council and constant requests ever since. My last advice from council was that it be referred to the 2020-21 budget. So I presume there's no guarantee that it will be funded then. So I'm asking, can you explain to me why a safety issue recognised by all I have spoken to after 6 years of asking can still not be done in this budget?
Thank you for coming in this evening and asking the question. I can advise you that the pedestrian crossing is programmed to be built in the next financial year, the 1920 financial year, that is subject to Vic Roads approving the final design, but it is in the 1920 budget to be done.
So that's next year?
Well, as of July this year, we can start looking at it. Subject to Vic Roads' final design, but it is now being budgeted for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well done, Priscilla.
Thank you. Helen Lythe. Is Helen here this evening? Oh, thank you.
Hello. I am a cyclist, but this issue is not just about cyclists, and I am talking about the Southern Link. We want to get everyone who lives within 10 k's or so of the city to consider walking or cycling as an alternative for their travel options. And we've got statistics from all around the world that show that this makes places a healthier and better place to live. Cities are much better when there are more people walking, more people cycling, and a better mix of public transport, walking and cycling, and fewer people relying invariably on their cars to go from A to B. And one indicator that shows we're doing the right thing by cycling is the number of women who cycle, the percentage. Now, in Geelong, anyone who drives our streets or rides them will see that the majority of the road cyclists, and I'm not talking about the Lycra lads, I'm talking about those who are just riding from A to B, the majority would be males, by far and away a long way. Now, this is a really good indicator. In places where there's safe infrastructure, it's closer to 50%, 50% of people who can, within a reasonable distance ride, do so, and they're women. Right. However, when you provide the infrastructure, but it's not perceived as safe by cyclists, there will be no increase in cycling by women or men. And Swanson Street is one example of that. Now, that was approved and built, but there's at least 4 different ways cyclists are asked to use the road, from on-road relatively protected lanes, they're not really protected but somewhat protected, to footpath riding supposedly divided by a line, but that goes right past the hospital where trucks are coming out, people are accessing car parks, it's really dangerous. And then once you get to the dangerous roads where there may be a roundabout, you're tipped onto the road to cross the road with all the motor traffic. A bit of green treatment doesn't actually cut it. We've had a long consultation process. Detailed analysis has produced the safest southern route and recommended fully separated cycling infrastructure. This will lead to a reduction in congestion as more people choose cycling for transport. The funds are allocated to provide this southern link and presumably will need to be returned if suitable infrastructure isn't built. What assurance do the people of Geelong have that you will vote to provide safe, separated bicycle infrastructure on the recommended route of the southern link?
Thank you for your question, Helen. As I said earlier, the questions and comments will be answered during the debate later this evening.
Now, can I read my other question, or is that...
Yep. No.
Right, well, it's on the same issue, the principal bicycle network and in specifically the southern link. On the 28th of January, the City Council ratified, that was 2014, you ratified Geelong's principal bicycle network, and this includes the currently proposed southern link along Jeringhap Street, Moorabool Street, High Street and Colac Road. We have the funding. A City press release on 31st of January 2018 stated, "A fast, reliable and connected network is part of our 30-year community-led vision for a clever and creative city. To reach our goal of 50% of journeys to work by public transport, walking or cycling, we need to create bike connections that make it safer and easier for cyclists to travel in and out of central Geelong. The evidence from Australia and around the world shows that when safe cycling routes are provided, many people choose cycling as a transport option." A further press release, January the 25th, 2018, stated that of the 40,000 trips made in and out of Geelong daily, only 2% were made by cycling, 5% on foot, and despite the fact that 70% of all trips to and from central Geelong are within 10 kilometres, 60% of people state that they would cycle if they were not, but they are deterred by lack of safe cycling infrastructure. That means, of course, that most people come to and from the city by car, and often that car is empty except for one driver. How does our city propose to reach its target of 50% travel by bike, foot or public transport?
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
That concludes the questions that were forwarded in, so I'll take questions from the floor. If there are other members of the gallery would like to come forward, please, I'll just take them in turn. Yep. Doesn't matter the order, but everyone will get a chance. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Harwood. Scott Barnes from Belmont Scouts, representing Scouts across Geelong. Here with me tonight, Claire Breakey. I applaud the Council for the efforts and the consultation that's gone ahead for the proposed safe and direct cycling paths between our urban centres. A great deal of effort has gone into the car parking spaces around, which is also obviously important for traders and for people visiting the various shops. But it's interesting, Heidi's son's comment that cyclists also need to stop and to shop and to drink coffees and other things. And I know there doesn't appear to be any provision for secure parking for bicycles in the proposed plan. So you've got a great route proposed, but nowhere to stop and to leave a cycle safely. Obviously, there's a limit to the number of street poles and the like, and they obviously increase the congestion then on paths, which is antagonistic. But cyclists often have bikes that are worth $2,000 and $3,000. They are regularly stolen. It is one of the most frequently stolen items of personal property across Geelong because they're easy to move on. So we need, in addition to the paths, we need just like you are considering hundreds of spaces for car parking, we need spaces that are secure, like the Parketeer at South Geelong Station, for cyclists to leave their bikes. In the report it's mentioned that businesses are providing these facilities, and that is great. That is of course true. I in fact used the facility provided by Deakin University. But there are many people who will cycle and not be able to go to work on their cycle because a small shop in the Belmont Strip, for example, is not going to be able to provide parking for a bike that's secure or a shower. And so this, I believe, is an important part of the overall plan that needs to be considered. So my question is, why has this been overlooked? We are building and ensuring there are car parking spaces, but I don't see the detail as to where cyclists can stop.
Okay, thank you for your question, Scott. It's a valid point. I think it'll be, again, discussed in some of the design aspects of any potential cycle paths that are considered.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady on the left here. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Geelong Sustainability has written to every councillor about the impending decision for the Southern Link bike connections, stating strongly our position in favour of the proposed designs. We would also like to note and to thank the professional council officers for how well they have conducted the extensive community engagement process. We appreciate the council cannot fund major cycling infrastructure projects that will realise their PBN without external grants, which is why this TAC grant is so crucial. Currently 87% of the trips into central Geelong are made by car, just 2% by bike. If we want to become a clever city of design, there's much work to be done. As a member of the Vision Partner Group, Geelong Sustainability will be extremely disappointed if this vote falls along party political lines or to vested interests. The community is clear that it wants safe, separated bike lanes in High Street, Belmont. So I'm asking you tonight, will all councillors promise to put the community's aspiration as their first priority?
Thank you, Vicky. These questions and comments will be answered during the debate this evening. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Faye. I'm a Belmont resident. What my question is about when you remove, should you remove the car spaces in the main part of Belmont between Roslyn Road and Regent Street, what happens about the trees? If you look at it, there are at least 7 trees from one side of the road to the other, and they all jut out like that. So the cars are parked there, and in front of them is this piece of concrete and the tree. So when the bikes go along where the cars were, they're then going to have to swing out in front of the cars. So what are you doing about that?
Appreciate the question, Faye. Again, further comment will take place this evening when we discuss the items. I can't give a response at the moment. It'll have to be decided during the debate of items 2 and 3.
Are you aware of the way...
I think all councillors will be aware of what you're alluding to in relation to the trees of High Street and what may happen to them, but this discussion will take place on items 2 and 3 this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the gallery? Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, councillors. All councillors will be aware that my company has invested heavily to give you a better and safer bike option through the Traffics Group, who are probably a little bit more independent than the council officers. The council officers report on the route that we took, as you would have seen in the comments in the latest document that was supplied last night by email, stated that the second option was basically, there's very good argument to go that way, and the officers have just not really given it the attention that it should have been given down through the park. The other question, there's 2 questions I've got for you, and you've probably got them anyway, because I emailed them last night. Have the proposed plans and designs been sent out to an independent traffic engineer for a safety assessment? I've asked that question for months now and still have not had an answer. So I think that's something councillors should consider strongly, getting a second opinion from somebody else that's independent before you vote on this tonight. The other question that I've got, and I've asked many times, again, nobody's answered the questions. It's not even answered in the report. GMHBA Stadium, major events, Mirabel Street, shut. What's happening to the bike lanes then? At least they can still use my proposal and the traffic group proposal down through the park, which is a safer option. It takes bikes out of the high traffic areas. Again, I'd like to thank you for the time that all the councillors have given to meet and everything with us on this, and I hope you make the right decision, because I can only see a fatality outside that Shell service station. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other questions this evening? Yes, sir. And a couple ago, yep.
John Rodriguez, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity. My main question will be in regards to the Moorabool Street section and the design. The design is for a bi-directional separated bike path on the western side. I think that these type of lanes are called Copenhagen-style bike lanes, and I've done some research to try and come up with, or to bring to the attention of some councillors some safety issues regarding this type of infrastructure. So I have here an article by the Copenhagenised Design Company. I think they're considered to be the world's leading authority on cycling infrastructure. I won't read it all to you, but I'll read some things that I think might be relevant in regards to bi-directional bicycle lanes, on-road bicycle lanes. So the article goes on to say, one thing that baffles me, however, is why on-street bi-directional cycling tracks are actually being promoted and implemented. For clarity, when I say on-street bi-directional, I mean the creation of one lane for bicycles separated by a line, allowing for two-way traffic on city streets. I'm not referring to a two-way path through a park or other areas free of motorised vehicles. In Denmark, the on-street bi-directional facility was removed from best practice for bicycle infrastructure over 2 decades ago. That in itself might be an alarm bell to anyone paying attention. These two-way cycling tracks were found to be more dangerous than one-way cycling tracks on each side of the roadway. There is a certain paradigm in cities. I'm not saying it's good, but it's there. Traffic users all know which way to look when moving about the city. Having bicycles coming from 2 directions at once was an inferior design. This was in an established bicycle culture too. The thought of putting such cycling tracks in cities that are only now putting the bicycles back, cities populated by citizens who aren't used to bicycle traffic, makes my toes curl. There are bi-directional cycling tracks in Copenhagen. They are through parks and down greenways, separated from motorised traffic, and on occasion they are on street where there are no cross streets on one side. At all times they are placed where they actually make sense to eliminate the risk of collision with cars and trucks. Cycle tracks are like sidewalks. You put them on either side of the street, except you keep them one way. Sure, Denmark has developed an incredibly uniform design for bicycle infrastructure with only 4 types of infrastructure for bicycles that creates uniformity, easy wayfinding, and most importantly, optimal safety. You hear the same excuses in emerging bicycle nations and cities, but I saw them in the Netherlands. Yes, you might have, but I asked Theo Zagiers at the Dutch National Cycling Organisation, Fisterbond, about the issue, and he said, Bi-directional cycling tracks have a much higher risk to cyclists than two one-directional ones. The difference on crossings is about a factor of 2. So especially in areas with lots of crossings, i.e. built-up areas, one-directional lanes are preferred. Not all municipalities get this message, however. Fortunately, the Dutch are used to constant flow of cycling. They're not new at this. They also have issues in many of their small city centres that few other cities on the planet have. The bi-directional tracks you may see there are sub-optimal solutions. The City of Ottawa installed some bi-directional cycling tracks against the best advice of their Dutch consultants. CBC looked into this and it found that the city chose the least safe option and are now suffering cycling injuries. In the recently published OECD report about cycling health and safety, you can read much of the same. Bi-directional are not recommended for on-street placement. One-way cycling tracks on either side of the road are best practice and should be chosen. It is not really a news flash, all this. I won't go through the whole lot, but imagine removing a sidewalk on one side of the street and forcing pedestrians to share a narrow sidewalk only on one side of the street. You wouldn't do that to pedestrians. Sure, stupid examples exist, but hey, so why on earth would you do it to cyclists? The bi-directional cycling tracks we see in emerging bicycle cities can't possibly be put there by people who know what they are doing or who understand the needs of bicycle users or who really want cycling to boom. You can also see that in the width that many of them have, incredibly narrow, making passing oncoming cyclists a lip-biting experience and making passing cyclists heading in the same direction a bit too hair-raising. Another excuse often heard is, well, it's better than nothing. Often spoken in a defensive tone, it is a flawed argument lacking vision, commitment and experience. This isn't about building stuff out of asphalt or concrete. We are planting seeds in the hopes that lush gardens will grow. We have the seeds we need, they are fertile, natural, on and on it goes. If someone advocates infrastructure like this and actually believes it is good, they probably shouldn't be advocating bicycle infrastructure. So my question is, how is Council's plan for bi-directional lanes on the western side of Moorabool Street in front of a high-volume service station consistent with safety for cyclists?
Appreciate your comments and questions this evening, John. Again, these are things that will be debated and discussed during items 2 and 3 this evening.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. There's a couple of questions, I think, on the right-hand side here. There's a gentleman here. And I think there's another gentleman on the left there.
Good evening. Gary Aranyuk, Geelong West. Look, I became aware of the fact that you people on council are perhaps going to vote on whether the bike lane proposal goes ahead, the development. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, given that the traders in Mallup Street and Little Mallup Street, Mallup and Little Mallup Street incurred considerable losses to their trade whilst the works were going on there, I think you people on council should already, without me telling you, be aware that council, and I think it's Vic Roads and TAC are partners in this project. I think you need all to be aware that if you're going to vote for this project to proceed and begin, then you're also assuming liability, all of you, professionally and personally, for the people's losses, especially if they go broke and their businesses go down the tube. Because this, it seems to me, is not a necessary project, because there have been bicycle lanes all over Geelong for years and years and years and years, and not many people use them that I've seen. And with the Mallup Street development, I've been across those lights many, many times since the project was completed and barely seen a bicycle around the place. So I don't think this project's particularly necessary, and I really, really don't know why
you people are so keen on perpetrating this thing, especially if it's going to cause significant losses and possibly the closure of people's businesses. Oh, that sounds ludicrous to me. I don't know where you got the idea from. I really don't. Now,
do you have a question, sir, or is it?
Yeah. Well, are you people, both as council and personally, if you vote for this project to go ahead, prepared to accept the liability, full commercial liability for the losses of the traders up and down Mirabel Street and in Belmont?
Well, as I said to the other persons asking questions, that will take place during the debate this evening.
Yeah,
relation to your question.
That's fine.
Okay.
Now, a small question about, because I spoke to Ron Nelson on the phone about a week ago about the removal of a tap from the back wall of the Senior Citizens Club in Cardinia Park. Now, that tap was removed on the request of the people leasing the premises, the Senior Citizens Club people, because of a small rise in the water bill. Now, council did send a plumber down there to remove the tap, and the people who use that facility, the men's group, etc., told me that that tap, oddly enough, is quite important for some of the homeless people around Geelong, because they use it, because they're homeless, they don't often get to have a shower, and they use it to have a bit of a splash and a bit of a drink of water to probably hydrate themselves, because, as the bloke from the men's group said, they tend to drink a fair bit of grog. So I got on to Ron, thinking he was the ward councillor, and asked him if he could do something about it. He said that it was Eddie's patch, right? So he said he would get Eddie to call me. I haven't had a call from Eddie yet, so, well, you're here now, Eddie, so...
Yeah, thank you. Mr Mayor, can I answer that? Look, thanks for the question. Yes, Ron certainly has contacted me about that matter.
Yeah.
I can't remember if you asked me to call him or when I was going to get a call, but regardless of that, it doesn't matter. Ron has passed on the message.
Yeah.
I wanted to just check it out myself, which I've now done, and I'll be following that matter up, and we'll make sure if we can get your details tonight, that way we'll make sure we've got it.
Well, it's just a simple matter of putting the tap back, you know, I'm told the rise in the bill was something like $10, which is pretty puny, right?
That's a fair question, and certainly...
Yeah, okay, good, thanks.
And just on that, sorry, Gary, just on that, I've actually passed that on also to Jake, behind the back there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's one of the council support officers, and he will certainly contact you with regard to getting that put back on again. So the wheels of democracy are a little slow, but they do work.
Oh, well, you'll have to oil them, won't you?
That's what you're here. That's what you're here for.
Thank you, sir. There's a question in front of us. Yep, thank you. Yep, Ta.
Good evening. I thought I'd just give a perspective on...
Can I just get your name, please, sir? Sorry.
My name's Peter O'Brien.
Thank you, Peter.
I live in central Geelong, and I'm probably I ride bikes, and I actually ride more often than not out of Geelong. So it's very neat when people want to ride into Geelong. I ride out of Geelong. So I just wanted to make some observations. When you're in central Geelong, I appreciate Myer Street. Whoever built Myer Street, I congratulate. I feel safe. And I think if that's the high regard in which we design our bike tracks, I'm all for it. Same in Brougham Street. I ride along there a lot. And I also do ride in Mallop Street. I'd probably agree there's not a lot of us at the moment, but I can understand the long-term strategic vision of that. So I just find, for example, I ride a lot out to Warren Ponds. So I go down beautiful Myer Street, go down Mirabel Street, and go up High Street, which is, for me, quite disastrous. I then get on the Geelong Highway and I go out to Warren Ponds. So I'm only raising this for you. There's some good things that council do, and I notice there are a lot of good bike paths going in. So I do congratulate you. Sometimes it must be a hard job. But as I see the bike paths right around Geelong, I'm a person who actually says, well, we're trying and we're doing a good thing. So my question really is, if Myer Street is the standard, let's not deviate off that standard.
Thank you.
Lovely street, Myer Street.
Yep, thank you.
My name is Mari Goldsworthy. I ride a lot from city out of Geelong, as the previous speaker has said. And I agree with him. I really appreciate Myers Street as a safe way of getting across from east to west. But coming from Grovedale, which I do every single week, I get out there by the safest route possible, which is usually across the Warren Ponds Common, and I really appreciated the extra pedestrian safety barrier part in Bowen Heads Road. But coming back from Grovedale, I will stop at the Belmont Library, I will stop at the supermarket, I will stop to have a coffee, although there are a number of shops in High Street that I won't patronise now because they had signs up in the window saying, come and sign the petition against the bike track. I find High Street absolutely terrifying. I'm a 66-year-old experienced cyclist. I'm not easily intimidated. I ride very defensively and very carefully, but High Street is really terrifying. And as Gary mentioned, if council is likely to be liable for businesses losing their profitability, I think it's just as likely that council could be responsible for a cyclist losing their life in High Street. I choose to ride illegally on the footpath instead of down the section near Coles supermarket because it is frankly really frightening, and usually there are very few pedestrians on that footpath, so I just use the footpath until I get to the Moorabool Street Bridge. It's absolutely imperative that we have some very safe north-south means of access for bike riders. We do shop, we do stop, we use facilities, we use library and so on, and we need a bike path on either side of High Street all the way down to the Moorabool Street Bridge. I don't have any question except to put that case on behalf of ordinary cyclists who feel endangered every time we go down High Street or up High Street.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you for listening.
Appreciate the comments. There's a gentleman here and there's another arm up the back I can see, so we'll get to those two questions.
Good evening all. I've come from work, so forgive my cycling gear. I ride and commute.
Just your name, please.
My name is Doug Merritt.
Thanks, Doug.
And I've ridden here from work tonight. I commute 200 kilometres a week on a bike. So I see a lot of Geelong's roads. I do an average of 200 a week. My question would be in regard to anything planned for the future, could we please implement infrastructure that will prevent cyclists from being car doored? I was nearly doored twice yesterday in Ormond Road. I'm not blaming council for that, that's a Vic Roads road. But what I am saying is that those dangers are there ahead of us all the time, and every time we get on a bike, every time someone opens a car door, my wife and I were talking about this last night, and I said to her after a program of John Fane yesterday where there was an interview of somebody who had a relative killed. And what I'm really saying here is infrastructure will save lives. There is nothing more definite than that. If I can avoid being car doored, where a man, for example, was thrown 20 metres across the road because he hit a car door, he might have been going very fast. But this person who was a cyclist opened his door in front of another cyclist, opened his car door because he was not concentrating on looking behind. When I taught bike ed as a teacher some years ago, we taught children to look into car windows and car mirrors. Tinted windows and tinted mirrors now prevent that from happening. So when I was teaching bike ed, that was a really good point to teach kids how to ride safely past cars. Now with tinted windows, very hard to see anyone in a car. And motorists walk straight out into bike lanes to load cars, to open doors. They don't even look. And I'll often say, hello, as I pass by, hoping that that might dawn in the realisation, gee whiz, I nearly caused an accident. So please, council, consider, please, will you save my life by implementing infrastructure that will do so?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
I will keep it a bit short because I do know that you're running a bit over time now.
Just your name, please, sir.
So I'm Jared from Warm Ponds.
Thanks, Jared.
So my question tonight is in regards to the Better Bikes Connection project. Now, I am someone who does want to cycle, but I do find that it is quite unsafe to do so. In the past, I have cycled to school about 3 years ago along Hayes Road in Grovedale, and even on that shorter stretch of road there with the lower speed limits, I still do find it was very unsafe. So my question is, will Council take into consideration potential cyclists like me who are currently filling up car spaces in the structure across the road there? Will you take someone like me into account that I will save car parks in the city by riding a bike into town?
Thank you for your question. Again, these comments and questions will be answered or debated very shortly. Thank you. Yes, sir.
G'day, my name's Greg Lacey. I'm a regular cyclist, ride about 3 k's from home to the Park Adaptation North Geelong. I've got a quick question, which is the Better Bike Connections appear to me to be directly or indirectly related to all 9 values of Geelong's 30-year vision to be a clever and creative city. Extensive community consultation has occurred over the last 5 years to refine the route and design based upon adopting world's best practice. The Better Bike Connection plan is not endorsed by council or vote. How does the council envisage that they will fulfil their commitment to Geelong's vision to be a clever and creative city? And how will council encourage cycling to reduce car dependency and improve health from increased physical activity?
Thanks for your questions and your comments. Again, hopefully some of those questions will be answered in the debate later on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Gary Laver. I'm representing the Bike Safe Committee here this evening. And Bike Safe work with Council and Vic Roads and various people and fully support the Council's objectives of building better bicycle connections, and we have and we'll continue to do so. When those connections are built, they need to be done safely. So I just wanted to put a question to you, given that safety is starting to become a bit of a theme in this discussion. Regarding the Marooble Street section, the two-way bike path, the driveway crossings, there are 2 driveways at Smith's. There's the Bob Jane driveway and 2 at the Shell Servo in Marooble Street. Both have entries and exits of vehicles. The safety issue here is acknowledged on page 28 of the background papers that you've got there. The specific safety concern was discussed with COG officers at the community drop-in. For details, we discussed details with them such as the design of the approaches for cyclists, the design of the approaches and exits for drivers, the road surface treatment, the road marking and colour treatments, the specific signage for cyclists, specific signage for drivers. For instance, caution two-way cycle path, something that really does let people know what they're moving into. Specific signage colours. And questions such as who has right of way at these driveways? Is it the cyclist or is it the driver? If it's a driver, will there be a give way sign there? Bus stops and pedestrians are a similar issue. Now, COG officers undertook to come back with specific signage details, site representations and drawings prior to this council meeting. We've had no contact and not the courtesy of a call. These are critical design issues for a safe cycling route, and this is primarily a cycling safety project. The drawings and the signage indications for these conflict points in the Section B report, that's page 10, are absolutely inadequate. COG is doing a lot of great work for cycling, and a couple of people have said that, and we fully support that. But it's getting the detail right in these projects, and Swanson Street was mentioned. Mallop Street's been mentioned in various aspects, and getting the detail right is very important to this. So the driveways are a very specific safety issue that haven't been addressed and need to be addressed, whether it's the route, whether it's the signage and the treatment of those driveways, but one way or another the safety aspect has to be addressed. There are related issues on High Street as well. Our suggestion is that council should, if you endorse these plans, you should only endorse the plans subject to detailed safety designs being completed through a consultation process and subsequently approved by the CEO and the council. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Gary. Any further questions from the gallery? If not, we'll move into... actually, the next item is petitions, and I have one presented by Peter Anderson from the APCO service station. That's been presented to us earlier, so I table that at the meeting this evening. Thank you, Peter.
Mr Mayor, what petition is that?
It's a petition that, in relation to better bike connections in Rural Street, it's done in the last 12 months, which has the support of 1,302 residents that are in favour of the two alternate routes proposed by the Traffics Group in the proposed Southern Link cycling route. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Sarah. Do you have a petition?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have two petitions. One was alluded to earlier regarding the Breakwater footpath. That was discussed earlier. It has over 400 signatures on that. And I have another petition from Geelong Sustainability regarding a container deposit scheme and calling on the City of Greater Geelong to lobby the state government to introduce a container deposit scheme, and that has 465 signatures on it.
Thank you. Any other petitions? If not, thank you. We'll move to Section B, to the reports. Our first item is the adoption of Council Plan 2018-2022 and updated the 2019-20 and proposed budget. Moved Councillor Manane and seconded Councillor Asher. Thank you, Councillor Manane.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In starting this resolution, I would really like to thank and congratulate my fellow councillors sitting around the table. I don't think the general public would know the amount of hours, discussion, expertise, if I can use that word, that has gone into this document, but it has been quite substantial, and on behalf of all of the community, I really thank you for your contributions. And likewise, I think we should make special recognition of officers who have, every time we've made a change, that's meant more work for officers. And Finance Manager Mike Kelly and all his team, CEO Martin Cutter, and also Director of Finance and Strategy Michael Higgins, all had a lot of work to do and made a significant contribution in putting this document together, which we can now release tonight as the proposed budget for 2019-20. So thank you one and all. With a turnover of $426 million, this proposed budget delivers an underlying recurrent surplus of $1.2 million, while supporting high levels of capital and non-capital projects. It responds to growth in all areas across the municipality, allocating funds to complete a suite of major projects and progress to the next wave of new and upgraded facilities. The Capital Works program is $115.6 million. We have taken a strategic and community-led approach to the rollout of community infrastructure, focusing both on the fast-growing suburbs as well as our established suburbs. There is a strong commitment to renewing our existing assets, including our heritage assets, and continuing our investment in modernising central Geelong. Our pursuit of business improvement has also seen allocation for the new civic precinct and the city's digital transformation strategy that will be part of that new precinct development. The proposed budget has been developed in line with the council plan and reflects the views of the community drawing on the 30-year clever and creative vision of Greater Geelong. A couple of key points is that the average rate rise will be at 2.5%, which is in line with the Victorian rate cap, which has now been in place for several years. The actual average household rate is $1,618, which is an increase of only $47.16, and this of course includes all of the other charges. So it is a fairly minor increase overall. I'm going to allow my fellow councillors to speak about a lot of the detail with respect to their particular their particular wards across the municipality. But one thing I would like to just point out that this budget, proposed budget, has a very fair and accessible grants program, and it is substantially bigger than in recent years. The Unified Community Investment and Support Fund will offer more than $8.3 million in community grants, which is an increase of 30% on the current year's budget. It includes a new $1 million Community Support Infrastructure Fund, which for the first time will provide a specific grants program for private clubs and groups on non-council managed land. The Community Facility Infrastructure Grants allocation will be doubled from $1 million to $2 million. And also it introduces a new initiative which will be known as the Geelong Community Events Fund, which will be a $300,000 fund to encourage local events as distinct from major projects. The increased funding pool provides greater opportunity for groups and organisations to access grants and to undertake projects that will benefit local communities. There are all of the different areas of our council plan have been addressed, and through our strong capital works program, we'll be able to cater for the social infrastructure needs of our community, and I'm sure my fellow councillors will mention a couple of those projects. In the area of sport and recreation, we will complete a range of improvements on sport and recreation facilities with a focus on improving accessibility and upgrading change rooms to encourage female participation. And there are quite a number of projects there that will achieve that outcome. There has been some money allocated for the ongoing revitalisation of Central Geelong, which remains a high priority for this council, and with several programs aimed at stimulating activity and economic growth. With respect to transport, we have focused on improving our public and active transport and better connecting our existing transport networks. The City will continue its lobbying efforts to secure fast rail to Geelong, with a $50,000 to complete the New Spirit of Progress Regional Rail Alliance Strategy document. We will continue investing strongly in our road network, with a $1.5 million pledge to secure matching state government funding for fixing our country roads program. In the environmental area, the City will continue with its hard waste service trial, which is costing us $3 million, which will offer residents one book-in residential collection each during 2019-20. A world-class wetland environment will be created at Armstrong Creek. This $3.8 million allocation will develop Sparrowvale wetlands and will create a parkland and end of drainage solution for the Armstrong Creek growth area. In the area of arts and culture, we will build on our designation as the UNESCO City of Design, with $80,000 allocated to facility activities to support design thinking and events. With respect to the organisation itself, the City is progressing with the development of the new civic precinct at 137 Mercer Street. A $10 million commitment has been allocated to the project, which will create a new central workplace for the City and offer a one-stop service for all ratepayers. The precinct is expected to be completed in 2022. A further $4.15 million will go towards improving online services and engagement with the community through the city's digital transformation project. The city is allocating further resources to respond to the increased demand for planning and engineering services, which is a big factor in this growing city that we have. It is worth noting that a lot of the fees and charges have either been maintained at their current level or with small increases around 2.5%. The one exception to that is that we have increased the pricing structure for the off-street parking in facilities that we own that reflect the increased market, the increased value of our facilities where we felt that we were below market level, so there has been a correction in that one area. This budget can be reviewed online, and I invite all ratepayers to do so and come back to us and submissions are invited, and we encourage you to consult with us and come back to us before the 28th of May. I haven't gone into too many individual projects because my fellow councillors have worked, as I said, very diligent on specific projects, and I now offer them the opportunity to speak in that regard. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Asher, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Well said, Councillor Manane. I think you've gone through an awful lot of detail, and I won't hog the Bellarine limelight. I'll leave that to my colleagues here, but just three quick ones I'd like to mention that have made it into the budget. One of the big issues we've been fighting strongly for is swimming pools, and the budget includes $150,000 for a feasibility study into aquatic facilities on the Bellarine, looking at the size and types of pools needed and where they are best located. So whatever happens politically with all the promises that are flying around the Bellarine at the moment, we've actually got $150 set aside to explore that. We've also put $20,000 towards music equipment in Ocean Grove to create a space for aspiring musicians. That was a bit of a pet project. And also there's been the master plan work for all you cyclists out here during this financial year to better understand the links between shared trails. And we've allocated another $200,000 towards the detailed design of better shared path linkages to help this whole network. So with regard to the budget this year, there's also the opportunity to come and talk to councillors in the community at a range of different public venues across the municipality. So we're making a really concerted effort to choose places that are easy to access at times that allow most people to attend if they are so inclined. So keep your eyes open for the times and places to provide your feedback, or just come and have a chat to us. Now, the council plan is probably, the update's relatively boring to most people, but it's something that I find endlessly fascinating. It's actually the closest thing to a strategy that we have as a council group, and this year we've once again kept it deliberately clean, high level and as free of jargon as possible. All credit to the team for putting it together. It's been a great job. The 11 sections of the plan, which are the chapter headings, cover the issues that the community told us were important when we were campaigning, when we were elected. They're the issues that we figured that we were elected to address, and the actions that we agree to support. So for each of these headings, there's a list of key priorities and aims that we hope to go some way to achieving in our 3 years, which of course is shorter than usual term for councillors. So there's a lot to do in a short time in this document, and it's a very concise document. Each year we list what we've asked the team to do to achieve those priorities. It was quite satisfying to compare this year's report to last year's and to see how many positive actions have been achieved. A lot of the annual aims from last year have been completed and replaced with new ones this year. And what's particularly cool is there are a lot more actions in the 2019-20 year. So that's a sign that we've now well and truly have our feet under the desk. It's also a huge compliment to the team of officers and the directors, and led by our CEO Martin Cutter, that so much work has been achieved and that we're comfortable as a group to set such a lot of activity and make the accountability public as well. So thank you to the team and also to my councillor colleagues for the interest taken in keeping this council plan document in play.
Thank you, Councillor Asher. Other councillors to make comment or questions? Councillor Nelson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to say a few brief things, thanks to Councillor Manane for allowing me to. Should have put my glasses on first, but I'll give it my best shot. It's great to announce that Heighton Reserve is getting a new car park, bituminising the new car park. I've been working on that for probably 6 years to get that over the line, so that's really good that that'll happen. So the Bowls Club there and the Heighton Tennis Club, Geelong Falcons, when they play football there, when they train for football there, they'll be able to park there, and so will the shop workers that work in Heighton Village will have somewhere to park. A little safer than on the main road there, because that road, as anyone knows that lives up and along Barrowell Road, is just getting busier and busier with all the trucks coming off the ring road. So that's a good thing for Heighton Reserve Car Park. Another one is another safety issue was signalisation at Burvilles Road and Surf Coast Highway near the Lutheran School there. Parents have been contacting me on a almost daily basis to try and get lights in there. So that's quite a good project, that we can get some lights in there to stop any potential accidents and fatalities, because that's a really dangerous intersection. Bowen Soccer Club, stage 2 change room development, are getting $300,000, which is great for the soccer club. That's one of the best soccer clubs going around, certainly in the municipality. But I'm sure Councillor Grisbeck will disagree with me.
Yes.
Leisure Link, one of the only council facilities, sport and rec facilities that actually makes money. They're extending their operating hours, which is great. So good on them for allowing that extended time, both in the morning and in the afternoon, to have their operating hours. Another one close to my heart is a pedestrian bridge over, for a study for a pedestrian bridge over the Barwon River. We've recently seen Queen's Park Bridge being shut by a truck smashing into the bridge, and anyone that lives in and around Heighton will know the frustration of traffic that was around over that period of time when the bridge was shut twice. So this pedestrian bridge will encourage kids to cycle across the Barwon rather than getting their parents to drive them to school. When I was growing up, we cycled to school, and there were 75% of kids that went to school cycled. That's what we did. That was the way it was. Yet now, their parents drive them, and we need to change that. We really do. So hopefully this pedestrian/cycling bridge, when we've done the study for that, we'll produce that bridge, because Heighton is growing, and we really need to get the kids out of cars and onto push bikes. So that's a project that was certainly close to my heart. Another one was Footpath Construction down Colac Road. Again, this will work in conjunction with our cycling strategy for the south near Warm Ponds. Almost done. Hard waste was something that I campaigned for during the election campaign in 2017. That's certainly gone down pretty fast, and we finally got that over the line recently. Dog parks. We all love dog parks. There's one out in the north, but there's none down in the Heighton, Belmont, Armstrong Creek area. Certainly Heighton, I think by about 6, has the most dogs per capita. It's around 6 with Lara, but there's lots of greyhounds in Lara, so.
And normal dogs, huh?
So we really need dog parks there, just to protect dogs and to protect people. So that's a great thing that the councillors have supported that. So I'm pretty happy about that. Also, something that Councillor Manane might touch on a bit later is the Geelong Community Events Fund, where there's grants in the community that certainly cultural and arts grants that don't seem to quite make that Geelong major events table. We are very limited in what we can do because GME is structured that way. So there's a lot of those smaller cultural and arts grants that sort of miss out getting funding, and I think that's really important. So that's in the budget now, which is really exciting. I'm almost done. Heighton Village laneways. Heighton Village it has long been a bugbear of mine with regard to the way it's let come to ruin over the last decade or so. Yeah, it's a beautiful village, but it needs a bit of tidying up for tripping hazards, especially for older people that live and shop around there. I get phone calls every week that someone's tripped over there. So money to fix the laneways in there will be much needed, as is a playground at Highton Province Estate. $50,000 going towards that, which is good because that's one of the growing areas of Geelong. Lots of young kiddies up there, so the playground will be good for them. What isn't in the budget, which is probably most saddening for me, is there's no funding for a pedestrian/cycling route up Barrowville Road from the church. People that is nodding there that know what I'm talking about. From the church at Scenic Road up to Grantham Drive and the top of the hill there. And as we all know, that's where the trucks come off the ring road. And we've already had a cyclist death there, yet council can't seem to fund that project, which is really disappointing for me. So over the next few weeks, I will try and convince councillors and council officers to find that money to put that in the budget, because as we're all talking about here, we've already seen that people want bike lanes, and no one's died on High Street, yet we've had a fatality up on Breakwater Road, yet council can't seem to find the funds for that. So hopefully in the next few weeks we'll get those funds. So I'll pass it on to my fellow councillors to speak about their patches. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be very brief. One of the most proudest things I think of council that we will be doing in this budget, and there are many councillors that could have spoken about this, is we're actually putting $1 million aside to strategically address food shortage. And thanks to Councillor Manane for bringing that to our attention earlier. I'm sure he'll talk a bit about that as we go forward. But I think to address the actual food shortage across the whole of the municipality in ways which it's unprecedented. So I think we've got to be proud of that. There is obviously the Northern Arc is still in the budget, and we'd like to still keep it in the budget. We do want that to be funded by both state and federal governments as well. So I'd like to thank my fellow councillors and the Mayor as well for the advocacy to all parties to help us with the Northern Arc. It's a health and wellbeing hub which will see it will see the community in the north, all around the north, benefit from that facility. A couple of other quick things is obviously we're going to be talking later about the guidelines around the Community Infrastructure Fund, but you will see that there is not a lot of projects in this budget that talk to major infrastructure upgrades like lighting for winter sports and a few other things. But what we have done, which we will talk a little bit about later, is directed those through to a infrastructure fund, which will allow the equal that people can apply for those funds equally and be assessed on criteria across the municipality. So look, this budget process has been it's been good, it's been testy, it's been hard. I just think that then the outcome is that we've probably got a really good budget that's been tested, tried, thrown on the ground, picked up and regurgitated a few times. So thank you to the officers for their patience and their reworks when we go to and from. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Contel, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There's no doubt that working through this budget this financial year was a challenge, and it was certainly a learning experience for us as a fairly new group. And you know, it's never perfect. There's a lot of projects that community has expectations and needs for, and councillors and officers try to accommodate those to the best of their ability with the funding that's available. So we've certainly tried to do that to the best of our ability. Some has already been said about us beefing up the Community Investment Support Fund, which will help organisations to be able to apply for further funding throughout this coming financial year. And I think that really is a positive. There's equally a little doubt that the state government's rate capping is making it difficult for us to keep up with the needs of the community. And it's not that we have a desire or an aspiration to continue to increase rates. But it does make it a little difficult to deliver everything that is required for such a growing municipality. I was in Burnie, Tasmania recently, and one of the initiatives that the Burnie Council has taken on in their most recent term was to just try to achieve a rate reduction from the previous year upon year for their next financial year. And the way they're trying to do that is through engaging officers, particularly senior officers, and councillors in new initiatives such as lean training, Six Sigma methodology, that focuses on removing waste and inefficiencies from organisations. And I think that's something that we may need to look at going forward, things such as out-of-the-box thinking like that, because we're going to have to try to do more with less is what is obvious. And so obviously building an efficient and effective council has to be part of that. But with that said, I equally thank the officers for working with us. There's no doubt that, you know, since November to tonight, there's been robust and healthy discussion and debate around the various areas of this budget. But I think, by and large, whilst there has not been winners in all areas of it, there has been a lot of good that's coming out of it. And I suppose I'll just mention a couple, because I know that Councillor Murray and Mansfield may want to mention some as well. But the couple that I'm particularly proud of and pleased with is the $1 million that's going to the St Albans Whittington area to upgrade the St Albans change rooms. I've had very little to do with that club or organisation because my responsibilities when I was on council previously didn't take me down there, but certainly as the wards opened up and we were introduced to different areas of our respective wards today, or the areas that we're responsible for or representing, it was obvious that they were in real need of some help. So like we have huge needs out in the Windermere ward in the north, and also the north area of Brownville, equally down that Newcombe, Whittington and St Albans area is very, very similar. The $1 million that will be in the budget for the remediation and refurbishment works for Osborne House is obviously extremely pleasing, notwithstanding that we've got some work to do on the Osborne House master and business planning. And also North Geelong Football, Cricket and Netball Club upgrade is pleasing that the state government's joining us in that area. Two last ones. The public toilets in Separation Street, Bell Park, is something that the traders and the community have been asking for some time. Over the past several years, we've been fortunate to be able to introduce public toilets into Hugh Street, Bell Park, into Beaufort Avenue, Bellpost Hill, and into Vines Road, Hamlin Heights. And it's good that we'll now be able to support that area of Separation Street. And lastly, if you haven't already heard, we're about to introduce free parking this year. So I hope that all of you enjoy the benefits that will bring our community and the CBD.
Thanks, Councillor Contell. Other councillors make comment? Councillor Murray, thank you.
And I thank you, Councillor Contell, for those comments. And for those who aren't familiar, the Brownville ward stretches the feedback from about Bellpost Hill through to Whittington, this side of the river. So fair area, and I was just want to... How was that go? Feedback? Highlight some of the projects that received some funding. There we go. The Western Oval, the Polworth Pavilion design, that is of course the old Western Oval, and to do that job I think it's been costed at around $12 million to complete. The state government the state government committed $7.4 million to it, and we've committed another $300,000 the design work to get that project to at least the starting grid. There's still some work to be done, but $300,000 will certainly help in relation to that. And also the Herne Hill Reserve Pavilion detailed design, another $140,000, and that's for the St Joseph's Netball and Football Club. The redevelopment of that main pavilion and the whole Herne Hill Reserve there that's been going on now for approximately 4.5 to 5 years. So that $140,000 will certainly assist to complete that project. Just another few I want to highlight is the Riverside Playground design, $100,000. That's a design to a new regional playground to replace the existing facility and plan for path connections, accessible toilet and park infrastructure. So that is a great project. $3 million to the Victorian Sailing Club and the Geelong Yacht Club. The Geelong Botanic Gardens Sustainable Visitor Facility, $850,000. That's to deliver a facility that provides functional group space and accessibility for visitors at the Geelong Botanical Gardens. And the old Mirrabul Street toilets haven't been flashed for, 50 years. So this is $460,000 to replace existing underground male and female toilets in the CBD with above ground changing places and unisex toilets. So long overdue, and look forward to seeing the result of those. And I'd like to echo Councillor Grisbeck's comments in relation to the support for the food relief in the Geelong region, the $1 million, and to Councillor Manane for his advocacy and persistence in relation to that project. Well done to you, Councillor Manane, and a great project for us. So there's other projects that I haven't mentioned in the Brownball ward, but there's some of the highlights in what has been a pretty tough task for the councillors. But to Michael and Mike, congratulations for your persistence and your patience, I think, with us, and I think it's a good result we've come up with.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Any other? Go to Councillor Mason and Councillor Sullivan. Thanks, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I endorse all of what's been said, and I would just like to reiterate a couple of things. I really also want to attest to the very many hours of work that have gone into the council plan and to the council budget, both by councillors and council officers. And I thank the council officers very much for their resilience and patience in progressing these documents in the budget. So without talking too many details, the Bellarine ward councillors are extremely pleased that we work together to produce results for most of the towns of the Bellarine, and there are so very many. There's Brimley, Ocean Grove, Leopold, Bowen Heads, Indented Head, Curlewis, St Leonard's, Drysdale, Port Arlington and other little hamlets. And we can say that each one of those has have projects that have been addressed. I'm particularly pleased that the Rural and Peri-Urban Committee, which has worked very hard over the last year, has had its recommendations accepted, and that there has been funding put aside for a feasibility study for a livestock and information exchange, and also a project called Restoring the Rural Landscape, which will have recurrent funding and starts off at $300,000. I'm extremely pleased also that heritage issues have been addressed, and other things such as waivers, that there have been some initiatives, other initiatives such as waivers declared for residential and farmland where assessed values have risen greater than 50%. So that there's a wide spectrum of work that's been done, and I'm very pleased with the outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to follow on from the words of Councillor Mason here, City of Great Geelong is such a wide and varied community with such large-scale projects and issues to deal with that sometimes the smaller parts of our community can often feel overlooked. So the three Bellarine ward councillors, we're quite proud that there's items in this budget for areas such as St Leonard's, Port Arlington and Indented Head. For instance, St Leonard's, we have over $400,000 for upgrades to the streetscape in the shopping precinct, which includes drainage improvements, street furniture, garden beds, and pedestrian crossing works. And this is something that all these items here, the community down there have been very vocal for, and desperately need upgrades for their community. We also have $250,000 to build a footpath along the south side of Maradoc Road from the shopping centre to the Bowls Club. And as well, we have $1 million in the budget to buy land for the future development of an early childhood centre. And for a community which will soon be 4,000 residents, this is going to be vital for the young families in the region. For Port Arlington, we have over $200,000 for a major redevelopment for the landmark playground we have down there on WG Little Reserve, a great feature of the frontage there. We also have $50,000 to create a master plan for the recreation reserve, along with minor upgrades to various buildings down there. In Leonard Head, we have over $125,000 to design and build 2.3 kilometres of footpath, a project developed after a local survey from the community. So this is, again, projects which the community are really crying out for. And across the northern Bellarine, we'll be spending over $100,000 to upgrade bus shelters to make them accessible for all community members. And as a council which is trying to promote alternative methods of transport from traditional vehicular transport, this is a vital upgrade which we're very proud to announce. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any other comments to be made before I go back to Councillor Main to close? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mansfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As other councillors have said, this has been a long and difficult process at times. I think when you get 11 different councillors with different values, perspectives, interest areas and pressures from their little patches of the community, it can be difficult, and a limited pool of funds, and an organisation that already has a whole load of projects in the pipeline that need ongoing funding that may not necessarily line up with what we think are priorities. It's a really difficult process to work through, and I congratulate everyone, councillors and officers alike, for making it through the process and getting to this point tonight with a budget to present to the community. My fellow ward councillors have spoken about things happening in the Brownbill ward, and I guess some of the projects I'm really proud of are perhaps things that are applicable more broadly across the municipality. For example, I'll second the highlighting of Councillor Mason's Restoring Rural Landscapes project. I think that's a really fantastic initiative, and I congratulate him on the work he's put into that. That goes some way to addressing one of the questions that was raised tonight, not all the way, but about the reservation of urban and peri-urban land for future use. I think this project will assist with making sure we have that valuable rural and peri-urban land available to us in the future. A plastics-wise initiative has been funded to reduce the use of single-use plastics across the municipality by council, as well as people who partner with council, for example, running events on council land. So that's fantastic to see that project getting up, one that I'm quite proud of. The diversion of food organics waste from curbside waste collection is a really, really important project, and we will start to get some work underway with that this year. Huge proportion of our waste is going into landfill is from food, and if we can get that out of our curbside waste collection, that'll make a big difference to how much waste we're sending to landfill. So that's an exciting project to see there. Another one I'm really proud of is a boost to the funding for the environment and sustainability grants. Last year was, with our grants program, the only category that was oversubscribed, had more interest than the available funds, was the environment and sustainability category. And I think that is a testament to how much enthusiasm and work and passion the community has for developing and implementing projects to improve our environment. So hopefully with that boost in funds, we'll see more community projects related to environment and sustainability funded. Other things that I guess are close to my heart as chair of the Inclusive and Diverse Communities portfolio is the emphasis on improving gender equity in sport, and I'm sure everyone here would be familiar with the issues around making sure that we provide adequate facilities to encourage female participation in sport, and there's a whole range of initiatives all through the budget that help to ensure that. There's dedicated funding put aside for development of a new reconciliation action plan, which will be an incredibly important piece of work that this organisation is currently undertaking, but we need to make sure we fund that so we can implement the outcomes of that action plan. There's also Aboriginal cultural awareness and multicultural awareness training programs for the whole organisation. Some work around that is being funded, and that's some feedback that we've had from the Multicultural Advisory Committee and the Karinga Aboriginal Advisory Committee about how council can improve the way we do business. So I'm really pleased to see that in the budget. I think I'll probably leave it there, but there are some really fantastic projects in this budget. Unfortunately, we can't, as I said, deliver everything every one of us wants, but there's always next year. So,
thank you, Councillor Mansfield, and Councillor Aiken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Look, I actually want to make some strategic statements about the budget as opposed to talking about individual projects, because the reality is it's a $450 million budget. First, I just want to talk about the process, and other councillors have highlighted as well too. This is my 10th budget as a councillor and my second since returning back to council. It certainly was the most frustrating that I've participated in, and hopefully we can improve that in future years to come. I think part of the solution to that frustration would come with some more equity in the electoral system that we have within the council. The reality is that the northern suburbs only has 2 voices at the table in terms of the budget process at the present time. I actually hope that if there is a VEC review into the local government structure of Geelong in the near future, we do consider looking at either 6 by 2 councillors or 4 by 3 councillors, and it will at least give certainly the northern suburbs community an extra voice in the discussions. The community probably doesn't understand that this budget actually started in August last year. An example is for the northern councillors, we put in 47 community budget bids, of which we had 2 were successful at the end of the process. So, and that added to the frustrations and concerns that we had representing our community. The next thing I wish to talk about is income. Council is under significant pressure associated with generating income for its budget. We actually are running recurrent deficits at the present time. This financial year it's forecast to be $6.9 million deficit. The proposed budget before it tonight is $1.2 million. For 2021, we're actually proposing to go back into deficit again of $1.7 million. And then in 21-22, we're only envisaging a surplus of $66,000 on an income base of $407 million. And for someone that has an accounting and financial background and also a business and financial management, that's actually a very poor way at which to operate your business and your responsibilities financially. Essentially, what Geelong is operating on the basis is that we need grants and the sale of assets to actually create a surplus as a financial organisation. The administration has touched on that issue when you actually read the budget report that's presented tonight to the public, where it actually says we're going to have to go through significant review of our services to be able to bring down the recurrent deficits that are now occurring with the budgets that have been put in place in the city of Greater Geelong. One of the major reasons that we are continuously running in deficits on a recurrent basis has been touched on by the councillors, and it's the issue of rate capping. In principle, it actually sounds very good to have an annual 2.5% reduction, capping of your rates, but it isn't actually a fair process, because the urban growth that Geelong is experiencing is actually meaning that our existing community is actually paying for that new growth areas that are occurring. And an example is in the Armstrong Creek area, only 80 cents out of each dollar is actually being contributed by the developer contributions at this point in time, so the other 20 cents have to actually come from the rest of the Geelong community. And rate capping gives a false sense to the community that they are getting a reduction or a small increase in their rates. And an example of this year's budget is last year we were able to defer the significant increases that occurred in the northern suburbs residential areas where we saw some properties experience over 50 to 60 to 70% increase in their land valuations. Now, they were deferred for 12 months because we were able to establish some rebate systems. However, those rebate systems have now been removed this financial year, and there's going to be significant rate increases for those people that live in the northern suburbs, and our hands are tied as councillors how we can actually do that. What the community probably also needs to understand as well too, that our farm community in the northern suburbs this year has experienced what our residential community did, in that we're anticipating over 40 to 70% increases in the farm valuations in our northern suburbs farm community land in this year's budget. But once again, we're actually brought in a rebate to try to reduce those significant changes. And the two things that are impacting on that is the rate capping, because we're not getting the capacity to be able to generate rates across the revenue, across the broader municipal base, to be able to offset these significant land revaluations that are occurring in every 12 months. So the system does need to be fixed. Fortunately, the current local government minister has announced a review, and I do challenge the CEO to bring forward a report to the council chamber to actually put this council's strong opposition to rate capping and the current legislative processes that Income actually is undertaken. And I hope that Geelong does put a very strong case about how it is impacting on our ability to be able to address the significant income concerns that we have as a council. And on the expenditure side of things, I just strategically wish to make a statement that this budget actually brings unprecedented and unheralded investment in our bureaucracy. And you may say, well, what is that? Well, if you actually look at the financial figures, our wage costs are going up $14.5 million, and that's actually about 10% increase. Our EBA is 2.25%, and what's happening there is that there is a significant investment to shift away from casual and contracted staff to full-time and part-time staff. And the second major investment has been touched on by other councillors, where we're starting the establishment of the administrative headquarters of $10 million. Now, those two investments this year alone actually starts the process of investing in our bureaucracy. And why do I support that at this point in time is because we actually have to break the bureaucracy. What I've learnt in the last 12 months is that the council as an organisation is officers first, councillors second, and community third. And I think what this budget and future budgets are actually doing is investing in the bureaucracy, and it's actually an attempt strategically to try to break that nexus and that culture that exists in the organisation. And I hope with the significant investment in additional staff, the significant investment in creating a one-stop shop, as it's been mentioned, for the administrative services of the City of Greater Geelong, that the efficiencies and the productivity that's we've invested in does get a return from the community, and that the culture of this organisation shifts to be community first, councillors second, and officers third. And how can we judge if there has been success in this investment over the next 3 to 5 years in the bureaucracy? where there's two things that I want the community to be able to look at. One should be the diversity of our senior management team, and that is that if we are successful, we should have diversity in our senior management team, and that is our senior management team should be 50% female. It should have people with disabilities, it should have Indigenous people, and it also should have people from non-English speaking backgrounds. And my statements are no reflection on the existing people that are serving in those roles now, because they are undertaking the work at the highest standard that they can. But what we do know in a modern workplace and a modern cultural environment is that you should reflect your community, and this organisation certainly doesn't have the diversity that it should have as an entity. The second thing that the community needs to have confidence in and make a judgment about this unprecedented investment in the bureaucracy is that our community satisfaction should significantly improve over the next 1 to 5 years. And if it doesn't, well, we haven't met and we have wasted the investment that we've actually undertaken as councillors. And what the symbolism that should occur over the next 3 to 5 years in Geelong is that we should go back to Abraham Lincoln and remember that the council is actually a government. And it should be a government of the community, it should be by the community, and it should be for the community. And this significant investment that we're actually endorsing tonight and for future budgets for the next 3 to 5 years is the best chance, I think, that we have to be able to achieve that. And if we don't, we have failed. Our CEO has failed and the community has not got the return on the investment that we are endorsing as councillors. I am pleased to see that the CEO has actually already taken up some of the challenge now. This financial year just coming to a close, we had no efficiency dividend in our financial figures at all, not 1 single cent, because it was actually discarded by our previous CEO. Our current CEO has made a very strong commitment of a $2.4 million efficiency dividend in this year's financial figures. And that is a significant challenge that actually will have to be met for us to be able to meet our ability to announce a surplus as a budget. So my overall comments are that we are entering into an interesting phase in local government for Geelong anyway. We do need to put pressure in the legislative basis to improve our income generating capacity, and it is not sustainable in terms of financial sense to continually deliver recurrent deficits which only become a surplus when you have asset sales and capital grants. We have to start addressing those issues from a financial sense to ensure that we have sustainability longer term, or we won't be talking about the individual projects that we've praised ourselves tonight about. We actually do have to address the strategic financial positions of the council.
Thanks, Councillor Aitken. Just before I go back to Councillor Manane to close, I'll just make, some observations of the, budget as we see it and some of the issues that we faced getting to a particular position. There's enormous pressure on councils throughout the state. Councils work with a very small percentage of the wealth base at around about 2 or 3%. The bulk of the money is held in Canberra at about 88% of our wealth, about 9% in Spring Street, and it comes down to about 3% at the grassroots council level. So let's make that particular point. And when, as has been alluded to, when that particular level is rate capped, it tightens the belt even further with capacity. What we're seeing in Geelong in particular and around the globe for that matter is population growth, and we are experiencing it here. That puts further pressure on providing infrastructure for the community. And one thing the community does demand today is whatever is built in relation to its childcare, maternal health, whatever it might be, sporting organisations expect the highest quality finish. So we are having to build the best that we can possibly build, because that is the expectation. The days of trying to perhaps pull it back a little bit are not accepted by the community. It has to be the best that we can possibly build, which generally means it's the most expensive. So we see that capital project growth with the demand, with the population growth, so we're seeing that continue, which puts enormous pressure on our asset renewal to try and keep up to standard what we've previously built and previously had. So it's a double-edged sword that we face during a budget process. Land valuations have increased as long as I've been on council, and they'll continue to increase. Geelong is still a relatively affordable place to build a property and to live. We enjoy that incredible benefit as opposed to our friends up the road up in Melbourne who experience all sorts of issues up there with the cost of housing up there. We still live in a relatively affordable environment, so we should be fairly thankful for that. Yes, it does put pressure on when land valuations are increased, but we still enjoy that benefit. I just want to make a point in relation to, Council has a number of assets and operations that it engages in, and these need to be assessed at regular intervals, and they are. And this is to give best value to the community. With this particular council, I can honestly sit here and tell you now, the community is first and foremost. As long as I've been on council, the community comes first. And this particular council, especially in recent times, has gone to great lengths to communicate with the community, to consult with the community, to take feedback from the community. And we will continue to do that. To hear anything different is just simply not true. This council has never been more connected and engaged with the community. Here tonight, we're on the internet. We're going out to the world on this meeting right now. So, these are some of the changes that we've made here to make sure we are connected, that the community is heard, is responded to. We can't do everything. It's it's improbable that can happen. But we go to every effort to make sure that the community is listened to and is responded to. So the community is first with this particular council. In relation to staff, we continue to address the pressures of demand on council. So to increase staff, in particular in the planning area, probably one of the greatest areas where we take the highest level of criticism. So we've responded positively there. Same in engineering, to make sure that planning and engineering are working together in a better manner to get a better outcome. So we are able to save money and get better productivity, get better efficiencies for the community. In closing, the council engages in over 127 community services. And that is, when you think about it, an enormous connection to the community to make sure that we provide those services at the best possible level that we can. Now, we have a number of operations, as I said before, a number of assets that don't perform well. They bleed money. They cost the community a substantial amount of money. It is prudent to look at those in a clear light and say, should council be engaged in those particular operations? Should council be hanging on to those assets? Can we use those assets better, either by sale or lease or upgrade? We have to make those decisions accordingly to make sure that we don't continue for them to drag the budget down, to make it harder to provide services to the community. But just make those particular comments in relation to our budget discussions and how we consider the importance of the community feedback and engagement. Go to Councillor Main to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just so that we don't lose the point that was made earlier, and I hope the gallery got some understanding of the level of detail that each council officer had regarding the individual projects in the area. I'm sure if you wanted to speak to any one of them about any project, there'd be even a deeper level of detail available, such as the work that's gone in by each individual councillor. Notwithstanding the figures that Councillor Aitken espoused, I would like to reinforce the fact that this is a current profit of 1.2 million. I'm not quite sure. And I'll be moving these set of figures and not the set of figures that were given across the way. And whilst I admire Abraham Lincoln's principles, I can assure you that making speeches don't run businesses. And that is something I am sure of. The wages cost that was referred to, you need to look at the wages of council and try to take into account that in last year we ran a lot of unfilled positions. Those positions are gradually being fulfilled, and that is why the variation exists between the two years. we never increased the staffing in the last 6 months of last year because we decided to allow the new CEO to settle into his role and to make whatever recommendations he wished, and he did that late in the last financial year, or this current financial year, and thus is the main reason for the level of disparity between the comparison of the 2 years. Mr. Mayor, the other thing that is built into this long-term budget around the construction of the new precinct is we will progressively be selling down around $40 million of assets to reduce our liabilities, and of course that will then have a positive effect on our P&L and will maintain our recurring services over the coming years, a point that obviously was missed by previous remarks. So with those few comments, I'd like to recommend the budget to my fellow councillors and put it out to community for comment.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. I put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 2 is building better bike connections, the Southern Link, Stage 1. We have an alternate recommendation. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor?
Let's wait for 2 councillors to declare an interest. So, mover for item 2.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate recommendation, if I may, please.
The alternate is?
So the alternate, Mr. Mayor, is to stage 1 of building the better bike connection, which takes into consideration the areas leading from Barwon River through to the CBD. And whilst there are a number of items in there, they are displayed up on the screen, but I'll just read through them very quickly, and that is that the Council acknowledge that the fast and reliable transport network is part of our 30-year vision, which is the clever and creative vision, that we reaffirm our commitment to building better bike connections between central Geelong and the Barwon River, being stage 1, which is the Southern Link. So this is not in relation to the Highton Street and further south. This is talking about more so the northern link of the Southern Link, let's call it that. And that we do not endorse the Mirrabul Street, Carr Street, Jeringhap Street as the route for stage 1, and that we request the CEO to write to the TAC to determine if funding would remain available for an alternative design and or route for stage 1. If so, to seek TAC's confirmation of what alternative designs and or routes it would fund. And subject to the TAC agreeing to the fund and alternative designs, ask the CEO to request also that we assess whether any of the funded alternative designs or routes of stage 1 meet any or all of the following criteria, which may also be to strongly consider the use of Cardinia Park as part of the route, that no greater than 10% reduction in on-street parking is removed in any one street, that no removal of or reduction of vehicle road lanes and including turning lanes is carried out, and prepare an appropriate community engagement plan for stage 1 so that we can have two-way conversations and two-way communication between the community to take submissions on that and to present the alternative design for stage 1, including the community feedback to council for consideration. Now, I understand, Mr. Mayor, that if I get a seconder on this, I'll then be able to speak to the matter.
That is correct, Councillor Contell. Seconded. Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I do move this alternate recommendation with with mixed feelings. And first of all, I do thank all of those who have reached out to me and others over a lengthy period of time, particularly over the last 18 months, and all those that have come here tonight to express their views, suggestions and ask questions. And I've certainly tried where I could. I've tried to meet with as many of those that have asked to meet with me. I have tried to respond to the various communications that I've received, and there have been many via social media, via email, phone calls, and other. So I've tried to do my best there. Whilst I might have missed the odd one, I certainly have tried to keep up with the correspondence. And I just ask people to please be aware that whilst there is many that are in favour of the officer-suggested bike connection that is on our agenda this evening, there is just as many that are in opposition to it. And as councillors, certainly I can speak for myself, all that I am trying to do here is to represent the community at large in the most transparent and equal manner that I can. And I hope that I don't offend anyone tonight, because it certainly won't be intentional. But what I would like to say is that I always have been and continue to be a strong supporter of appropriate infrastructure development, including cycling infrastructure. And over the previous councils that I've been part of, and this council here as well, we have supported, and as was heard by some of those making comments and questions today, much and wide and varied cycling infrastructure over an extended period of time. And one needs to only look at most recently us supporting unanimously the Western Link of the better bike connections. And in fact, I'm an avid cyclist myself, and whilst I have probably cycled more kilometres over my lifetime than the average person, I also accept that the cycling that I generally participate and engage in is different to what the average commuter does. And I understand that the better bike connections are predominantly catering for building connectivity for commuters. But this said, I certainly also have a very good understanding and appreciation for the benefits that individuals and communities gain from safe cycling and other forms of activity, and I subscribe to most of those myself. In addition to this, keeping the community safe whilst they're commuting in whatever form it may be in and around our CBD, our region and our municipality is imperative, and it goes without saying. So I know certain individuals tonight and previously have alluded to the possibility that there's a cyclist versus against cyclist approach here, and that there might be political persuasions at play, but nothing could be further from the truth when it comes to my own personal situation here. When it comes to the PBN, I've certainly engaged closely with officers and various organisations, and importantly the community, over many years, in fact some 8 years, to better educate myself and obtain a good understanding of those projects and the strategic approach to providing transport and connectivity solutions in our region. And in fact, many of those individuals who have generously shared their time and offered me counsel, pardon the pun, I have immense respect for, and many of them are here this evening. And I sincerely thank them for sharing time and knowledge with me. And you'll see, if you've read the report, that I was also one of the council members that voted in favour of the PBN in 2014, the G21 PBN. And whilst I still generally subscribe to the principles, one thing I have learnt in my time as a councillor, that what you may support today, a policy today in its infancy, can look very, very different once the detail is added many, many years later. And that's what I feel we are faced with tonight. This is where I think that the report with respect, that's been presented to us to consider tonight for stage 1 is letting us down. And unfortunately, our aspirations to achieve a fast and reliable transport network as part of our 30-year vision leaves a lot to be desired. And much of this is not the direct fault or responsibility of the council. In fact, it's rather a collective responsibility of the 3 tiers of government. Our public transport, the options that we offer from all areas of Geelong, in and out of our CBD, are dismal. They are not convenient. They are not frequent enough. Many people have a real fear of using the public transport that we have. And so people are not using it. And they will not use it until such time as we make significant and radical improvements in that area. In addition, our vehicle connectivity and road network offers very little option to car users and heavy transport when it comes to avoiding or navigating their way through and around our CBD. And to get from one side of Geelong to another, really the options that we have are generally to drive through the CBD. This is very relevant when you look at the traffic coming from the Ballerine trying to proceed to the Princess Freeway. And as such, currently, the options that we have, our community and visitors to our region have little option than to drive their vehicles right through the guts of the CBD, whether it be Moorabool Street, Mallup Street, Ryrie Street, Ballerine Street. And that's not going to change anytime soon. We're also aware that due to some of the same challenges, parking in the CBD is still very much in demand. And this will not change until such time as we address public transport and have more people commuting into our CBD using public transport, efficient, effective, clean and safe public transport, and establishing real, and we talk about direct routes here in the building bike connections initiatives, direct routes for vehicles to be able to navigate their way around the CBD rather than through the CBD. So the current proposed stage 1 will see Jerringhap Street become a single lane 2-way road for near on its entire length. It will reduce its current 2-lane to its 4-lane to 2-lane configuration. And we'll also see turning lanes removed from the Moorabool Street solution as well. Equally, street parking in Jerringhap Street, on-street parking, alone will be reduced by some 41 car parks. That's not a minor amount. That is a significant amount of car parks in an area that is already in demand and short of that solution. So we have an issue where we're looking to provide a solution that is potentially fantastic for in the next 30 years, but we're going to initiate it today where we already have a congested CBD, no way of avoiding that, reducing car parking because we have no appropriate parking solutions in place just yet, and not thinking about how that will impact the entire community, not just those using the cycling lanes, from a productivity perspective, from a training perspective, and also from a safety perspective. And to give you some small indication of what this means for our CBD, to introduce the officer's suggested bike lanes today, you need not look any further than the Mallup Street solution that we have in place today. Now, I'm not against the green spine. In fact, I'm in favour of it. Some of the aesthetics and the improvements that we have made in that space is absolutely fantastic. And even the bike lanes are a good idea. But what we have done is we have over-engineered the solution for the environment that we're in today. And so whilst stage 1 is noted as the most direct and the safest and the best route, my personal view is that it's not the best for today. This may be very different in the future once we address or start to address some of those other matters that I mentioned earlier on, being public transport and being the parking and being the alternative routes into the CBD. And so lastly, with respect to all involved, I also have real concern and disappointment in the approach that we adopted to consult the wider community in relation to stage 1 and stage 2 of the bike connections. And whilst many have mentioned tonight that the communication was detailed and involved and very collective and engaging, the complete opposite can be debated as well. And many in the community feel that way, particularly with stage 1, which is what we're talking about, because the community had no option to consider. The community had no survey to fill out. The community was presented with a solution and told to, with all due respect, suck it up, because this is what you are going to get and we've got the funding to do it. So in my view, that's not proper and appropriate community consultation. And all that's doing is directing the community what it must accept, and so there'll be winners and there'll be losers. And that's not a great outcome for our community. So looking forward into the long-term future, I'm certainly open to the fact that what officers have put forward in front of us may well be the best solution for us well into the future. But until such time as we collectively address the public transport, the parking and the alternative routes, our CBD is going to be impacted. Beg your pardon?
She said she'll be dead by then. Keep going. Just time.
Until such time, I'm nearly done, Mr. Mayor. Until such time as we strategically and collectively address those issues, what we're going to do is actually put people in a hazardous situation. We're actually going to bring a lot of the areas of our CBD to a real congested state, and there's no way of avoiding that. But what I'm proposing tonight is not to put a stop to the building better bike connections. I can't stress enough how supportive I am of positive infrastructure improvements. All I'm asking for of my fellow councillors is that we be sensible in this and we take a staged approach. We can still get to where the ultimate aspirations are, but let's do it in a sensible and a responsible manner for all, so that our CBD and our Geelong can continue to prosper. So, lastly, what I'd like to say to those that out there that feel that I'm letting you down or that I'm not singing from the same hymn sheet, I certainly apologise up front, because that is not my intention here. I'm simply trying to represent the community by and large. I'm trying to give councillors and the community an alternative to what is being suggested, which I feel would be a much better, a much more responsible and a much more sensible approach to enhancing and building upon what we already have today with our bike connections. With that, Mr Mayor, I'll let my fellow councillors talk to it further.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan.
I reserve my right, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillors to speak on behalf of the item tonight? Councillor Manane, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've tried to approach this question from two different perspectives. One, our cities need to address its future transport strategy on the one hand, and on the other hand, the impact that this policy is going to have on different places in our city, namely the Community Park Precinct and High Street Belmont. And of course there are other areas as well, of course, who should not be left out of the discussion. Our city's long-term strategy has set a target for having half of all journeys to work being made by either public transport, walking or cycling. And today this percentage sits at below 10%. So we've got a long way to go to meet that objective. And if you examine closely the carriageways within the Geelong CBD, they are not very substantial when you look at it from a city of our size, and certainly totally inadequate when you think about a much busier CBD, a much busier and bigger city, which is our future. Add to this the vast majority of recent development within the Geelong CBD has been concentrated close to the bay, and most of the current planned new development in the CBD is also concentrated in the same area. So congestion of the Geelong CBD is a problem that we need to be planning against, and that is pretty obvious to all. Now, as a council group, we can kick this down the road for the next group of councillors, or the next group after that, or we can sort of start looking at alternatives that would put us on the journey of implementing some solutions. I think the one thing that we could all be certain of, and I think Councillor Quintal has already said this, is that at some point a group of councillors are going to make a decision to address the congestion, both current and future, of our city. And it's going to be a journey to be able to address that question and to come up with a viable solution. And cities that have preserved their livability of their CBDs have worked pretty hard addressing these issues over a long period of time, sometimes decades. But at some point they also would have had a meeting and made a decision, a bit like we're sitting here tonight. They would have made a decision to start that journey to implement change. And I guess that's where we are today. And if you look at the new buildings that are being built anywhere, but even if you look here in Geelong, if you look at the NDIA building and the WorkSafe building, end-of-trip requirements for their employees are a major consideration. And cycling is a centre point of that infrastructure investment that business is actually making on behalf of their people. So business, is while I can't say they're leading the way, but they are part of the leaders in this area, and it might be fair to say the government, although we're not late to the party because we have made some significant investments, we are certainly not leading it. One of the issues here is that we get an opportunity to start some solutions, not from ratepayers' money, but because the TAC have actually given us a grant that we should make sure that we don't lose by not bringing into fruition a program that the TAC is prepared to fund. With regard to the other perspective in this matter, that is the impact it's going to have on place, and in this instance, most of the large amount of the community feedback we received has been from the Petition Park Precinct. And again, sort of taking a longer term view about the Petition Park Precinct, this is a location itself that I think in the next 5 to 10 years is going to be subject to some pretty major development itself, as has been the case with major sporting precincts around the world in large cities, especially precincts that are favoured by the location of a local rail station. I think those sorts of combinations mean that this area is destined for development and certainly for population growth. So whilst there may be a need for some short-term adjustment with respect to the proposal, I would believe that the city's transport strategy ultimately would be a benefit to the businesses who operate in the precinct. And I know a lot of them, and I know they're some of our most capable and respected business people, and I'm sure they have the capacity and the experience to be able to deal with any challenge in that regard. The existing carriageways in this precinct already struggle to cope with traffic congestion on AFL days. And I really wonder in the future how they will cope if the area itself is subject to more development. It would really put it under stress. And that's not even factoring in the possibility of development and increased activity around the Barwon River itself, which is another very close asset. I acknowledge that cycling is only part of the city's transport strategy, and in fact a substantial improvement in our bus services can have an even more immediate impact on what we're trying to do. But the other two matters here that I think are really important to remember and really relevant to this discussion is that we should not be viewing this issue in the lens of today. The future of cycling is actually e-bikes. And I believe that e-bikes will become an option in the future more so than we think of today, because the cost of entry to that form of transport is $2,000 or $3,000, as distinct from anything from $25 to $100 to buy a car. The running costs are minimal. The parking costs are likely to be free. So I think we're going to, as time moves on, I think, and the popularity of e-bikes happen, I think it's going to become an economic reason why people may turn to that form of transport. Rather than today, we probably have more of the enthusiasts. So we're not looking to build infrastructure for the cycling enthusiast, but more for the everyday worker who's wanting to get from point A to point B in the quickest and simplest and safest manner in which they can. And of course, as cycling numbers increase, and invariably will, we all acknowledge that, safety becomes the issue. Yes, but safety both from the perspective of the cyclist, but safety also from our perspective, our responsibility, advocating greater use of cycling as a mode of transport, our responsibility to provide the safest environment that we possibly can. And this, of course, is a big factor in what is proposed. And I think the sharing of carriageways is an issue that is one that will have to be addressed even with buses. I mean, if we're going to have more buses en route, then that is a carriageway that is going to have to be shared more by the motorists, for the motorists, which is again the requirement of cyclists. But the population will demand alternatives. Not everybody wants to ride on a bus. For a whole range of reasons, whether it be for reliability, for time, personal convenience, exercise, their own health, the health of their city. There's a lot of reasons why people might choose not to travel on public transport or by car and choose to cycle, especially if we're in an environment where e-bikes become the norm rather than the exception. So I have some trouble considering the alternative, and I won't be supporting it, and I will be voting for the original resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Mason, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also I don't want to speak for very long on this subject. I just want to express my discomfort for the alternative motion. I think I'll put in my due diligence. I've attended very many meetings over this last year and beyond. In addition to that, I've attended the G21 pillar meetings, transport meetings I should say, and I believe a lot of these issues are being addressed. The issues of alternative routes for trucks and cars, the alternative routes or the alternative plans for the decongestion of the CBD. We need to progress. We can't go on vacillating. I mean, this has been going on since 2013, 2014, and we still have got nowhere. I think that there's another cautionary note to put, and that is, as a council, it's our duty to set policy. And we have delegated duties to the officers, professional officers. I have my own professional history, and I have a wide diversity of professional experiences. I have no reason in this instance to doubt the professional competence of our officers and their recommendations. We have, in addition to all of that, the funding's available, we should take the opportunity. I want to be shovel and shelf ready and to be able to go for it as soon as possible. And indeed, if there is something that doesn't work very well, there is the capacity to review it, there is the capacity for ongoing funding. It's built into the proposal already that there's other plans for Moorabool Street and other work that could be done in the future. So I think this alternative motion is misguided and we should progress with the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other comments to be made? I'll go back to Councillor Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know there were other alternatives for Moorabool Street and things. These are all new things to me. I've been to about 20 briefings and that's the first I've heard of that. So I did ask for this alternate to be deferred to allow my fellow councillors to look at this a bit more. I don't like getting things on the hop, as I've always said. Councillor Quintel and I have been working on this for a few weeks now. The last version I hadn't seen until today, but previous ones to that I had seen, so I wanted to thank Councillor Quintel for his work. This route, as Councillor Manane said, is about commuters. It's not about recreational cyclists, it's about commuters. So we need to get that fact out there. As I've said, we've had 20 briefings about this topic, yet there are so many questions unanswered. What hasn't been mentioned is there was a petition with over 2,500 signatures against the High Street option, calling on the TAC to look at another route, such as Francis Street, which is actually quicker. Beg your pardon? It's actually quicker.
Just continue.
I've written it myself.
Councillor Nelson, just continue.
There was also around 1,500, a petition of 1,500 people opposing the Moorabool Street route, which sort of got handed in today, but didn't really hear about it until I asked. I had to ask what it was. The TAC have said in no uncertain terms that they will not look at any other option. This is social engineering at its greatest. It really is. There's been a lot of misinformation about bike lanes in the media, and certainly in the gallery tonight and here in the chamber, which is pretty disappointing. I guess you can say that's theatre, that's politics, but when it spills over from GPAC, that disappoints me. I see there's a lot of people out there with their high-vis vests on, and a lot of people from the bike community. I just wondered how many people actually cycled here tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I noticed 3 bikes out the front, so probably only three roads. So no, this is my.
All right, thank you. Let's just get back to the topic. Thanks, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People are saying we need a continuous route rather than the mess we have in Mallop Street. The mess we have in Mallop Street will probably continue into Moorabool Street because, in actual fact, the funding isn't for both stages. It's only for one stage. Everyone said here the funding's for the whole thing. The funding's only for half of it. So this is the problem. The devil is in the detail. It will remove turning lanes in around 20 shops up on High Street, but I wanted to talk about Moorabool Street. The NDIS headquarters and WorkSafe, as Councillor Manane talked about, has bike facilities for people to ride, showers, lockers. I actually visited them yesterday and got a first-hand look. at the NDIS headquarters. There was 8 bikes in there, 8. So I asked the person in charge, how many people work at the NDIS headquarters? And they said 500. But there's usually around 20 people that ride their bikes in. So that's 20 people out of 500, which is less than 5%. So then I asked...
Please don't interrupt.
So then I asked, where did these people come from? He said most of the people actually ride their bikes when they're in Melbourne. They ride to the train station, they jump on the train, they come from Melbourne, they come down to Geelong. So these bike lanes are not even for people from Geelong. Most of the people that work at the NDIS, that ride their bikes, work in Melbourne. Very disappointing. As I said before, this project is not fully funded by the TAC. So again, we're going to have the Mallop Street problem. We'll be half pregnant with a funding route that's not really right for purpose or fit for purpose. As I said, less than 5% of people cycle to work, and this will increase congestion if we remove car lanes, like Councillor Cattell said in Jerringap Street. Not one cyclist has been killed on High Street, not one. Yet Barrowby Road, as I alluded to before,
Thank you. Please just let Councillor Nelson finish, please. Thank you.
Yet Barrowby Road, as I alluded to before, I wanted to get funding for a bike track up there, gets no funding from the TAC or Council. I've requested this path for over 6 years, and there's been a death up there, yet nothing. We are not in London or Amsterdam, where the people live close by the city centre. I've been to both towns and ridden in both places, and they are fantastic. They have high density, which means people have less of a distance to ride. This route does not produce separate lanes. In fact, it proposes bikes going in the opposite direction on the same path. This is not Copenhagen-style route. In fact, the Copenhagen report says that bicycle directions cycling on the same path in the different direction is dangerous. In fact, the report said it was removed from Copenhagen over 20 years ago, yet we're proposing it here tonight. So we're going backwards. Somebody have a drink, please, Mr Mayor. My day job is I work for people with disability. And one constant complaint I get is around GMHBA Stadium, where people that are unable to walk use their chairs, and they get in from a taxi and they can't get out on the Moorabool Street side because the road is blocked, and this proposes an even bigger barrier for a taxi to try and get across that barrier there. That makes it hard for them, and this is why I'm speaking about this tonight. What we really need to do, and I'm sure no one will disagree with this, is we need a better public transport system. Buses in Geelong are empty. We need to fix this problem. This is the problem. If we can fix the public transport system, then we can have this proper PBN. We need to fix this public transport system now. We will soon have rail duplication in Warm Ponds, South Geelong and Marshall stations. This will bring people into town on the train, and this will help ease that congestion. And then we should start rolling out the PBN. I voted for this back in 2014. I did. And as I said before, the devil is in the detail. We've got half a project, or not even half a project, in Mallop Street, and no funding for it. None. None. Even in Copenhagen, where the standard of bike lanes is the standard around the world, the addition of bike lanes and the removal of parking was done over 20 years, not all at once. 20 years it was done. They removed car spaces and they increased bike lanes. They did that over a period of time. We're proposing to do this straight away, and I think that's probably a bad thing to do. As I said before, I support bike lanes, but they need to be in the right places. As I said before, the devil is certainly in the detail, and for me, this will lead to fatalities of a cyclist. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I've seen these maps and I've looked over them and over them and over them. As I said, we've had over 20 briefings on this, and the questions continue to remain unanswered. This should be about improving cyclist safety, and for me, I think it fails considerably. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Anyone else to make comment at this point? Councillor Murray?
Yes, thank you, and I thank you, fellow councillors, for the comment in relation to it. I base my decision in relation to safety. The world's safest streets have one thing in common: systematic safety. This is based on the belief that mobility is a basic human right and no one should have to risk their life to get to work, to the shops or a friend's house. And that's exactly what's happening on our streets now if you ride a bike. It's this belief that convinces me not to support the alternative but to support the original motion. Bike riders should be able to feel safe when they ride, and that's what I believe the original motion does. As part of our clever and creative 30-year vision, one goal was for half of all journeys to work being made by public transport, walking or cycling. Stage 1 was endorsed by Council, as been said, January 2014 as a two-way bike lane that is separated from the traffic, and it links Central Geelong, Deakin University, the Ballerine Rail Trail and the Bowen River Trail. The design of Stage 1 was determined by the best practice standards to meet the TAC funding criteria and to minimise impact on and along the roadway. Cyclists will be separated from other traffic to ensure riders of all abilities and all ages feel safe and comfortable using the bike lanes. I am comfortable that the Jeringhap-Carr-Moorabool Street route is the best choice and meets the project criteria of safety, directness and connectivity to destinations and alignment to the road use and transport planning. The City has adopted the principles of One Planet Living, and sustainable transport is one of these principles, aimed at encouraging low modes of transport to reduce emissions. To support this, did you know that on average commute of 5 kilometres, the bike lanes are introduced, so make that 10 per day. Should 334 people change their mode of transport from car to bicycle, a tonne of carbon emissions will be saved each day. Of course, to implement this, there has to be change, and naturally people are reluctant to accept change. And as councillors, it's our responsibility to ensure we have a level playing field in relation to making decisions about change. When did the car become the king? Why didn't our forefathers, or those in responsible positions many years before us, recognise that all modes of transport are important and include bike paths in transport plans for the future? Well, they didn't, and not many cities around the world didn't, and now we can. I walk Moorabool Street on the western side almost on a daily basis and along the River Trail, and I see bikes coming down Moorabool Street with the traffic. It's dangerous. And what are we trying to introduce is something that will make them safer. I believe we're a progressive city, and I think progressive cities should include separated bike lanes. People won't cycle because they fear it. It's too dangerous on the roads. As someone has said, this is a wonderful opportunity to improve safety and traffic flow and allow many people to have the opportunity to enjoy travelling by bike, that it must not be missed. And Helen, you made a comment earlier to us, and I'm convinced cities are much better with more people riding bikes. I'm heartened and encouraged by the support here tonight. And believe me, this has been hanging over all councillors since we were elected, and I'm glad we've got to this stage and we'll vote on this tonight. And that's why I won't vote for the alternative, but the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other councillors? Councillor Mansfield, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Contell for putting the work you have into putting an alternative forward. This is a matter that has been considered extensively by Council. I would say perhaps more than any other during our Council term so far. I I certainly hear all the different views that have been expressed tonight by residents, business owners, community groups, and not just tonight, but via email, letters and a whole range of meetings over the past 1.5 years. I think one of the real difficulties in this situation is that we're not starting with a blank slate of a city. Infrastructure projects like this have to be retrofitted into our existing urban environment. And this inevitably causes disruption, and I fully appreciate that. There's no way around that. If we want to do something like this, we have to change some of our existing infrastructure. We can't. We don't have the luxury of starting from scratch. It's therefore vital that we explore options very carefully and engage in consultation, not just now in the design phase, but especially if and when we move into implementation. We need to support any businesses affected by construction of bike lanes or infrastructure projects like this, and we need to minimise the amount and duration of disruption. As councillors, we have a duty to ensure we seek the best possible advice and information based on our own questions and concerns and those of the community, and we have a responsibility to consider this advice when making our decisions. I think with this project we've witnessed it evolve based on the results of consultation with various stakeholders. We've been down to visit sites that will be affected and met with stakeholders. We've had multiple studies regarding parking capacity, exploration of alternative routes, and changes made to address the various concerns that have been raised. For example, tonight, and in the questions, and I know other councillors have been aware of it through different meetings, the route through Cardinia Park was raised, and certainly for me, I thought that was quite an attractive option on face value, even though it's a slightly less direct route. However, we did have this route looked into by officers and relevant experts, and significant safety and infrastructure issues at the entry and exit crossings meant that this is not a viable option. Again, we don't have the luxury of building a city from scratch, so unfortunately there are always going to be trade-offs. And this leads to some really difficult decisions for us as councillors, and I fully appreciate all of the views that have been expressed by my fellow councillors who have, I think, struggled to take on board. You know, we've all battled to try and work through these issues internally to see where the trade-offs are best made. Personally, I'm satisfied that the process that this has been through has been robust and thorough, and that the routes and designs are the best ones to achieve the best overall outcome. The officers are to be congratulated on the huge amount of work, expertise and patience that has gone into this process, and it's been impressive. I therefore cannot support the alternative motion before us, but would be supportive of the original motion put forward by officers. As I said, alternative routes and designs have been explored and found wanting due to major safety concerns and lack of directness, which is important because if a route is not direct, people won't use them. The concerns about parking and traffic movement have been extensively discussed, and I'm satisfied with the measures that have been taken to address these concerns. I take on board the comments made this evening about signage and treatments at driveways, potentially dangerous driveways along Moorabool Street. However, endorsement of the plans tonight doesn't prevent us from exploring further safety measures at these points prior to or during the construction phase, and I would personally be happy to assist with looking into these, and if any resulting safety measures at these points require a decision to come before council at a later date, I'd be happy to put this forward. The substantial benefits of the original project as proposed by officers, in my view, far outstrip the costs, and there are 5 major benefits that I can see. And number one, and we've heard a lot about it tonight, is the safety of bicycle riders. We know that many people in Geelong want to ride a bike but don't due to safety concerns. A common argument against this has been, and we've heard it again tonight, is that because there aren't many cyclists along these routes now, there's no demand for cycling. The reason people aren't on bikes is because they don't feel safe. And they're right to worry. Riding a bike on the road is a really risky business. It puts the onus on the bike rider to ensure their own safety, and it relies on drivers to be alert and accommodating. And there's already enough as a driver to be trying to pay attention to, in addition to a bike rider that might be difficult to see coming out from behind parked cars or trying to get their way through traffic. Even the best drivers can miss a cyclist or lose focus, and accidents happen. Over 240 people have been injured or killed in bicycle accidents in our municipality in the last 5 years, the overwhelming majority involving cars. Given the physical forces involved in a car versus bike accident, when metal meets flesh, it's the injuries are almost inevitably serious and have long-term effects. Even at speeds of 40 kilometres an hour, as we have through our CBD, a tonne of metal can cause major injuries: head injuries, injuries to spinal cords, fractures of the pelvis and major limb bones, internal organ damage, or in some cases death. I've seen these when I've worked in an emergency department, in emergency departments, and I've seen the long-term effects in my work as a GP. It's not just moving cars that pose a problem. We've heard again tonight, 10% of serious or fatal injuries are caused to people in parked cars opening their doors and knocking a rider off their bike and into traffic. We know that women and children, and we heard again tonight, are less likely to ride bikes due to safety concerns. Children who get hit by cars on their bikes are even more likely to suffer serious injuries or deaths due to their size, anatomy, and their lack of ability to act defensively. Now, I think in terms of this point, I'm a perfect example of exactly this issue. I love riding my bike. I'm not a speed cyclist. I'm not a Councillor Contell or a Councillor Harwood. I use it as a way to get around or to get to places that, places I want to go, like the shops or down to City Hall. I like it because it's fast, it's easy, I don't have to worry about finding a car park, I get some fresh air and exercise. But I'm really not confident riding on roads with cars, even when there are marked lines, and especially at night time. I'm always worried about being doored by cars, apart from on the 150 metres of the green spine, which is I breathe a sigh of relief when I hit that, and then you're back onto being hypervigilant. And I absolutely refuse to put my 14-month-old on the back of a bike on our existing roads, even though I'd love to be able to ride a bike around with him on the back. My fears are well-founded. Evidence shows that marked bicycle lanes that are just marked on roads don't afford anywhere near the same protection as a segregated bicycle lane where they're separated from moving and parked cars. Protected bike lanes, and that's what is in the original proposal here, have been demonstrated to drastically reduce the number of collisions by over 90% and improve the safety of all road users, not just cyclists. When they're in places that are convenient and direct, they substantially increase the number of people cycling. So that's number one. Number two, environmental benefits. I'll burn through these a bit faster. Firstly, more people cycling, we've heard, means less carbon emissions. Number two, it's also less pollution, which improves our air quality. It's something that's often forgotten in discussions around the environmental benefits of active transport measures. Number three, better physical and mental health. Exercise is pretty much one of the best things we can do for our health. It's beneficial for just about every illness, and the more people can incorporate this into their daily lives easily, the better. In cities that are designed to allow more people to walk or ride bikes, it's been shown time and again to improve physical and mental health. Less congestion and less time stuck in traffic is also good for our stress levels, and better air quality reduces lung and heart problems. Number four, economic benefits, and we heard some of this again tonight. Multiple studies have demonstrated that increasing the number of riders and pedestrians on shopping strips is actually good for trade, even when there is a loss of street parking, because people spend money, not cars. At number five, livability. This is really, and other councillors have mentioned, this is about building the city we need, not just for now, but for 5, 10, 20 years' time. As councillors, we have a responsibility to think about the future. Basing infrastructure decisions on what we need today is not the way to do planning. As soon as it's built, it's obsolescent. And we're chasing our tail with the need to upgrade our infrastructure all the time. A lack of vision for the future is part of the reason we have so many problems with our transport networks at the moment. Our city is already becoming more congested as it copes with more people trying to get into the CBD by car or through the CBD. With massive population growth in our area, we need alternative means of transport. As Councillor Contell and Councillor Nelson have highlighted, we need better public transport, and I am all for that. There's no reason we can't do that as well. This is another part of the transport solution. When we're not going to be able to change things if we keep waiting until we have a perfect solution all at once for every single one of our transport woes. We need to start somewhere, and this is unfortunately going to involve some change and difficult decisions. We have a goal to get to 10% of people riding bikes instead of driving into the CBD, and this is not going to happen unless we start doing something about it, and unless we start having safe and direct routes for people to ride on. Marked lines on the road that are barely safe, of the no lines, or alternative routes that we know are not viable or will not be funded, will simply not make this vision happen. So we have an incredible opportunity before us to do something real, to start to make this goal a reality, and I'd urge councillors to vote for the routes and designs originally proposed by officers for the southern link of this important project.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Our meeting procedures don't actually allow us to go past 10 a.m. unless we have a particular... 10 p.m. We're way past 10 a.m.
I'd vote against it then.
10 p.m.
That's what I'm saying,
So to lawfully continue this meeting, we actually have to take a small vote on doing exactly that. So I need a mover and a seconder to take the meeting past 10 p.m, which is definitely going to happen. So move Councillor Mason, second Councillor Murray. Those in favour? Those against? All right, we continue. Thank you. And those against? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. All right, it's one of those quirky laws of local government.
Sensible.
Sensible, yes. Okay, thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Anyone else to speak on this particular issue at this point? Before I go back to Councillor Sullivan, who reserved his right. Thank you, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe that as a city, we should be doing more to encourage alternative methods of travel, not only into our CBD, but across our region at large. Cycling can and should be a large part of relieving the congestion on our roads and providing a sustainable and healthy alternative to driving. However, the proposed plans in front of us are not small projects. This is serious infrastructure, which will have a wide ripple effect, directly and indirectly, across all those who travel into our CBD. For a long time, as a city, we've been struggling with traffic. East-west travel across our city is at precarious levels. And now, in stage one, we're proposing to take Jerringham Street from 2 lanes each way to 1. Jerringham Street, which is our last major north-south connector through the CBD, will be at a standstill. Already a busy peak hour road with commuters from the south driving into the CBD, commuters who also park at Gadinia Park and then walk into the CBD, which creates its own pedestrian highway, inhibiting left-turning vehicles at traffic intersections. This is a road on which we're going to have Geelong's 2 first major residential high-rises going up in the north end of. A road, which even at times now is busy and dangerous at 4 lanes, will be compacted down to 2. This proposed stage 1 is truly putting the cart before the horse in my perspective. We've been asked to implement a design which will be to the detriment of far more citizens than it will currently benefit. What we should be doing is implementing a bike path master plan which complements current commuter needs, which provides a valuable and beneficial alternative to driving. One does not take away our CBD's last north-south connector. Now, we are certainly looking to slow the roll of vehicular access to the CBD. However, our population is growing. The number of cars on our roads is growing. This is asking our community to make do with less roads for a larger number of cars. I do believe that it is possible to reach a safer compromise. We should not be strong-armed into a certain decision by a government agency when we have heard quite differently from our own community needs. Many people have demolished this issue into a driver versus cyclist argument, an argument of who comes out on top, but that's not the case here. It is possible to implement bike lanes and travel routes which will complement travel into the CBD. With the rising population, our roads are going to become busier, whether we like it or not, and people will look for alternate travels of methods of travel, and we should be providing them with that option, not forcing them into a premature plan. I support bike paths, however, I believe that we can do better for design for this turn corridor.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Conchal to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I won't speak too much longer. I do appreciate all the debate that has occurred tonight, and that was my intention. Once again, I must stress that bringing this alternate to the chamber is not about stopping initiatives, strategic initiatives such as this, but it's about growing into them rather than building them immediately. It's also about bringing respectful debate to the chamber. It's about bringing balance and alternate views to the chamber. And just because some in the gallery may not support my alternate tonight, it doesn't mean that as a community, as a councillor representative, that we won't see common ground in the future on other matters. Tonight was about trying to provide an alternative for us to be able to provide a sensible solution going forward, and it's not about disrespecting the experience or opinions of officers, and to suggest such, I do believe is actually disrespectful in itself. As a community, we have a duty of care as councillors to provide a voice to all, and that was again my intention tonight. Otherwise, what are we here for? If it's just to be accepting of every report that's put in front of us, then we really need to question how we're going to approach every meeting that we come to, because we may as well just agree with it tonight and let the administration run as it does. With that said, I thank everyone for their input, and I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. With the debate closed, I put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour of the alternate recommendation? Those against the alternate recommendation? The alternate recommendation is defeated, and we return to the original recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, can I get division on that alternative, if I could, Mr. Mayor?
Those in favour of the alternate recommendation: Councillor Contell, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Nelson. Those against: Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Murray, Councillor Mason, Councillor Asher, and Councillor Manane. We now have the original recommendation. Of a move and a second for that particular recommendation. Moved Councillor Murray and seconded Councillor Mansfield. Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Don't we need to hear any more onto it?
Well, it's up to you. You have the floor.
Enough's been said.
Okay. Councillor Mansfield.
I think, again, we've discussed this issue, I think, sufficiently. I endorse the original recommendation as put forward by council officers, and regarding the routes and preferred designs for the first stage of the Southern Connection, the Better Bikes Connection.
Thank you. Any other councillors make comment? The only comment I'll make at this point is this has been a difficult decision to make with the volume of information we've received, the volume of community feedback we've received, and we continually build throughout our community to make it safer. Every day we do things to try and make the community safer. Now, I know not everyone's going to agree with the decision we make tonight. Some will, some won't. But that's how some of the that's how community decisions are made, with consultation and with feedback and with a democratic decision, a democratic vote. This will take considerable education and acceptance. There's no doubt about that. And we'll be impressing on the community that this is about sharing the road. This is about bike sharing with trucks, with cars, with buses, with pedestrians, with cyclists. It's a sharing community, and we all have to give a little bit more sometimes. And this may be one of those situations where we just have to give a little bit more consideration to those that are using the same piece of infrastructure that you want to use. And we need to share that. If we can't do that, then don't get on it, because you won't be a responsible user of our infrastructure, and then you will place yourself and others in danger. It's a very simple process when we go into the community to be considerate of others, and this is one of those particular scenarios that we face. This will be a staged approach to better bike connections through the region. Yes, there'll be, as I say, the introduction will cause changes in people's behaviour in some aspects, but we do that every day. We adapt to different parts of our environments changing. We need to adapt. This may be one of those circumstances where we just need to do that as well. I'll leave it there and I'll go to Councillor Murray to close.
Nothing further to add.
I put the original recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Division, please. Those in favour? Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Murray, Councillor Manson, Councillor Asher and Councillor Manane. Those against? Councillor Contell, Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Nelson. Thank you. Item 3.
Another one.
Let's wait for the other two councillors to return to the room, and then we'll continue the meeting.
Another bike one.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. They're both still conflicted. My apologies. Item 3.
Mr. Mayor, I've got an alternate for item 3.
Thank you, Councillor Contel. Can we have that on the screen there? What's there?
Yes, so my alternate is very similar to the report that's been put to us, only that I'm asking councillors to consider endorsing option 1 that is, rather than option 2B.
And that is...
If I have a second...
Seconded, Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Contel. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to go into all of the detail that we went into before. You all understand the benefits and the advantages and the challenges. This is the route that is from Barwon River up or south through High Street and further south as per the report that's in front of us. A couple of comments I will make is that despite the report indicating that the community survey results showed overall that option 2 was chosen as the highest number of respondents at 39%, followed by option 1, which is the option I've put forward for consideration tonight at 35%. In my opinion, that is deceiving in some ways, because there actually was no option 2.
No.
You had an option 2A, which was two-way separated paths on the western side of High Street, with a loss of 30 car parks, and you had an option 2B, which was one-way separated paths on either side of High Street, with a loss of some 41 car parks. It's only when you add those two together that you have a 39% respondent rate. But you had no option to pick just an option 2. You picked one or the other, and then we chose to add those together. So in fact, the highest respondent rate in the most favoured option by the community, if we're going to value that, if we're going to put the community first, and if we're going to listen to what the community said to us loudly and clearly, was actually option 1 at 35%. So I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. It's for that reason, because I have heard the community loud and clear that option 1 is what they would like in High Street, which is a shared path, which I believe is what is desired by us as a council and by the community. Option 1 will deliver that exactly as the community has asked us to deliver it.
Thank you, Councillor Contel. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much to add. The words of Councillor Contel. This was the other 4 options put forward. This was the highest individually voted option. It is the least invasive model. It is the most pedestrian friendly. It retains the most amount of car parks, and as questioned before, it retains the trees beautifully. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any other councillors to speak? Councillor Mason, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really want to speak very long on this, but if you consider statistics in their various ways, there's lots of ways of using them. And if you use preferential statistics in this case, you'd still get 63% of the people desire to have something done, and 33, I think, or whatever, 39% prefer the option 1. So clearly, the vast majority of the community desire to have significant change. Inside this large number of people, this 63%, if you look at the statistics even further, you find that a large proportion of those people are young people. That's where our future lies. In addition to that, if you look further into the statistics, 50% of the traders didn't want it and 50% did want it. And of course, as we've heard before, bike riders do stop and shop. And so a number of traders may need to make some adjustments in their entrepreneurial philosophies. And so I just, without going on for too much longer, I really think that we have to progress this motion as well and this alternative. One other thing I would like to say is that detailed design, part of this motion expresses that part of the next phase is to progress to detailed design. So a lot of these safety measures that have been mentioned tonight will be considered in the detailed design.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other comments to be made from Councillor Mansfield? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I also agree with Councillor Mason. We have to be careful about. I mean, I think you can cut the information that you get from surveys in all sorts of different ways, and I think that the way that it was presented in this survey, and as you worked through the survey, if you took it, the 2A, 2B split made sense. They both fundamentally involved the same concepts. There was just a minor rearrangement of the layout in the lanes, but overall it was the same. Overall, it's the same treatment with more tree planting, separated bike lanes in the same style. There were just two different variations that people had to choose from. Again, the majority of people, vast majority of people, preferred protected bike lanes as opposed to marked lanes on the road that involve very little other changes, no amenity improvements. I mean, the options 2 and 3 also involve significant amenity improvements for High Street, and I think that's something that will be of major benefit to the area socially and economically in the future if we support those. Whereas option 1 doesn't provide any amenity improvements. I spoke before about the difficulties with marked lines on the road. They're a minor improvement over just riding on a road with no lines, but they still involve a very high risk of injury to cyclists. And option 1 also still leaves the dooring issue unresolved along that shopping strip. So for me, in terms of safety, option 1 is not adequate in terms of addressing the safety concerns around cycling. It's important to remember the survey is just one part of the picture, and many other parts of many other sources of information are being carefully considered in designing the project. I don't support the alternative that's been put forward. I support the original recommendation. That does mean there will be significant disruption to High Street in the construction of this, no doubt, and it will be absolutely incumbent upon us as a council to ensure that we do everything we can to support all of those affected by that disruption. That will involve clear communication. It involves ongoing consultation. As Councillor Mason has pointed out, we need to be going back and refining and changing designs based on how things are rolling out, the issues we find along the way. Detailed design is yet to come, and we will have to address other issues as we go, but nothing will prevent, in the current decision, will prevent us from doing that extra work. We need to do that to make sure that this is a successful project. So I don't support the alternative. I support the original recommendation. Discussed enough, I think, about all the other reasons why earlier this evening.
Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Asher.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I hear the points made by Councillor Quintel, and I agree with a lot of the points that you make. But I think moving on is the sort of action that we need to take to force some change here, to force the city to address some of these issues around parking and commutability, safe shared paths and traffic movement. We've sat on our hands on quite a few issues for too long, and I think particularly those related to sustainable transport. And on this occasion, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation, as I don't think I've witnessed a more exhaustive process. Maybe it was just exhausting, I don't know. But that's not to say the recommendation is the most popular outcome, either of them, because I think if we've learned one thing on this journey, it's that providing cycling options generates a lot of emotion. And part of me wanted to simply say, just get on with it, just get on with the whole project. A big part of me wanted to say that. That's my nature, to just get on with it. My feeling was that the TAC's provided the money. Please don't throw it away because we've consulted ourselves into a corner. But the rational patient side of me says everyone needs to be heard. The final result, whatever it is, won't please everybody. And judging by the number of hours that we've spent in briefings on this topic during the past year at least, and Councillor Mansfield says 18 months, so that's probably more accurate, hearing about the community consultation and arguing about 2A and 2B and whether it's add them up or not. We've argued all of these things in briefings for countless hours, and I believe we really have listened. And we do need to listen because it's important that we use the money wisely and do the job properly. Now, I don't cycle in these areas. Being living on the Bellarine, we've learned not to cycle because it's too dangerous. But I do have enormous respect for a lot of the cyclists, and for one person in particular, and I shouldn't really single one out because I know a few of you here, who've been driving this, pardon the pun, for many years. Barton Van Laar has had the vision many years ago and has been smart enough, patient enough and strategic enough to push the principled bicycle network through the right channels and garner support along the way. And I support a thorough process and a strong case backed by evidence. I also support passion and persistence, and those are the reasons that I supported Councillor Cantell's efforts last couple of weeks ago to trial the free parking. And I think this is another example of a thorough case, a very sound process, and Barton Van Laar is one of the many persistent individuals in Geelong. So I'm actually comfortable supporting the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Asher. Any other councillors to make comment? Councillor Manning, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, in addressing the last resolution, I spoke about the city transfer strategy. I won't repeat all those comments, but I think they're all still relevant in this resolution, so equally relevant. And with regard to High Street Belmont, I think High Street Belmont has a chance here to think about its future, and in my view it can remain the shortest route into town for through traffic, or it can develop itself into what could be loosely termed the Paco south of the river. Of those two options, clearly the second is in the best interest of all the stakeholders. High Street Belmont as a shopping precinct already has a lot of existing competition. However, there's more to come, as we know, with expansion in the south, with Armstrong Creek and maybe Warm Pond Shopping Centre expansion, etc. So it does need to, from its own economic purposes, it does need to continue to reinvest in itself and to examine its future. And just for a moment, just to consider, say, a city like Melbourne. The CBD itself has distinct precincts like South Bank, Docklands, Business Centre, Vic Market, Laneways Arts, MCG. All of these are precincts that have their own brand. But in addition to that, you have Bridge Road, Richmond, you have St Kilda Road, you have Lygon Street, Carlton, you have Chapel Street, Paran. These are also locations with their own brand. In Geelong, we could probably claim Packington Street, Geelong, in terms of an alternate brand that we have in our city.
Free parking.
So in a growing city, I think there's an enormous opportunity for each of our definite areas to develop themselves and to create a brand for their particular area. And surely High Street, Belmont and Garden Street, East Geelong are at the top of that list. And they have a fantastic opportunity. And already we've seen substantial increases in residential property values in the Highton Belmont area. The signal is there that there's something that can be invested in and can happen, and that's going to happen in commercial values as well, if not already happening. And Belmont itself is very favourably located to other premier assets of the city, like the Cardinia Park precinct, like the Barwon River. So it has a lot to offer why people would come to it if it could develop its brand and develop as one of the places of Geelong that people will want to go, visit, live and shop. And most of the feedback we received against this resolution was about off-street car parking. And I think there's about 30 spaces lost in this option 2B. However, the two parking surveys that we've done, both of them have clearly illustrated that on-street car parking can be covered by off-street car parking. I think the off-street gets to about 70%. Now, albeit that in that situation, someone may have to walk 50 or 100 metres, but the public transport guidelines are now telling us that the only people that have a designated right to park within 50 metres of their destination is disabled and pick up and drop off. Everybody else needs to think about the fact they're going to have to walk at least 50 metres, maybe 100 or 150. And so when people park their car and get out and walk the centre and walk High Street Belmont, statistics will show that they're more inclined to buy an extra product because they're walking the centre. So effectively, this actual proposal of developing High Street progressively, and this is a major step towards doing it, is actually in the best interest of multiple stakeholders. I mean, yes, the cyclists are going to get a terrific benefit around safety, but property owners, businesses and future shoppers are all going to benefit from Geelong having another premier location. And this is very much possible in the next 5 to 10 years for High Street Belmont. And High Street Belmont only needs to look at Packington Street to see where it could go and where it should go. And I think that we can use this opportunity to really advance one of our important centres that could do with a bit of a kick along. So I'm going to vote not for the alternative but for the original, because I think it's actually good for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Murray.
Yes, thank you. And I endorse most of what Councillor Manane has said, and it was and for that reason that I'm going to not vote for the alternative but for the original motion. I agree that the High Street Belmont really has an opportunity now to be a destination shopping centre. As a child travelling from the Western District through to Melbourne, you know, a long, long time ago, High Street Belmont was the way you came into Geelong. You'd come in through High Street, down Mirrabul Street to the bay, turn left, go around Bell Parade and onto Melbourne Road and out you go to Melbourne. And so it was used back then by through traffic. And basically a lot hasn't changed. You know, I remember Kmart being first introduced there, and I think most of Geelong residents might have had their first Big Mac at McDonald's in High Street Belmont, because that was the original. And you'd travel there to do that, and then maybe KFC and a Pizza Hut. But the point I'm making is that High Street hasn't changed over all that time. And I think we have a unique opportunity now to make it a destination shopping strip. I think it's tied, and it really, you know, needs a boost. And we have an opportunity here to really do something. And you know, and I think the people who have voted have indicated that. I understand the two options, whilst and what the point made by Councillor Contel was done, whilst not ideal. I understand why it was done by the officers, because they're not too much different. So, you know, as I say, I think what Councillor Manane has hit the nail on the head in a few years' time. I'd love to see that Belmont is a thriving destination shopping strip where you would go to and not drive through, you know, coming into the city or wherever. So, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Any other councillors to make comment before I go back to Councillor Contel to close? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nelson.
Sorry, just trying to type one-handed, Mr Mayor. It's a new skill I'm learning. My God, where do I start? The TAC doesn't have the money for this, so we're voting on something that may never happen, ever. So why even do it? Councillor Mansfield said that times change and things change. So what happens in 10 years' time when we've come up with a different solution and we've got the money for it then? What happens then? We're going to waste some more money on doing this? We've already wasted probably 200 hours worth of Jake's time down the back there for these options. Option 2A and 2B, Councillor Mansfield was said, were the same, well, pretty much the same. Well, option 2B has 2 lanes of bike lanes, and option 2A has 1 lane of bike traffic. So they are completely different. I don't know what plan you're looking at, but I'm looking at this one. One has 2 lanes, one has 1 lane, and they are very different. Councillor Manane said it takes away about 30 car spaces. It takes almost 50 car spaces away. Option 2B also takes away bus stops. So buses will stop in the middle of the road. And then where do those people get out? They'll get out right in the middle of a bike lane. And all the elderly people here who don't understand what's going on will get out right in the middle of a bike lane. Now, that doesn't sound too safe to me. So it takes away bus stops. That's 12 bus stops. So those 12 buses are going to stop going up High Street. There's around 10,000 cars go up High Street every day, roughly. So I hate to think how many minutes will be lost going up High Street with 12 bus stops stopping right in the middle of High Street. What it also does is it stops cars turning right into the shops. For example, at Subway, where there's around 20 specialty stores in there, those businesses will go bust because you'll try and turn right into those and you won't be able to because there's so much traffic. So you'll drive on and drive somewhere else, probably to Warm Pond shops, where you're guaranteed to get a park. So those businesses will go broke, and that's okay. We've got 3 people riding down a bike lane, so that's fine. Option 1 had the most responses. Last I heard, we live in a democracy, but apparently this council is far from that. Option 1 had the most responses. The most. Cyclists do not, according to some people that said cyclists spend more money. They don't spend more money. I could tell you if I rode my bike down to the shops down the High Street, which is my local shops, it's not some of the people's local shops here, it's my local shops, and I know those shops pretty well. If I dropped off my dry cleaning, picked up my dry cleaning, went to Aldi across the road, and then went to Coles, then went back down the road because there's a lighting shop down there, finished the shop. I bought a light as well. And then I went to the veggie shop at the top of the hill and then tried to get on my bike and ride home. I'd probably have a heart attack. And I'm sure most people in this room would not be able to carry all that stuff. I carry all that stuff in my car. I beg your pardon?
Just keep going.
Disrespectful.
Just keep going.
How disrespectful. The people in my area of Cardinia Ward voted for option 1. They didn't vote for option 2A, they didn't vote for option 2B, and they certainly didn't vote for option 3. They voted for option 1. And that is the option we should be looking at tonight, not any other. And I am saddened. I'm probably the saddest I've ever been as a councillor that we've fudged these figures to say that option 2A has now got the most people, and we should be looking at that. It's a sad, sad day for council.
Thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Contel to close, I just want to make a couple of observations. And one is, as was alluded to before, the statistics can be read many ways, and they often are, and they have been this evening. Did I interrupt you, Councillor Nelson? Thank you. Quite simply, 63% of people want to see change up in High Street. That was the option that was put to them. That's what they voted on. Yes, there were 3%, give or take. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Sorry, I do have.
They're not in the report, Councillor. They're not in there.
I have access to the numbers. Quite simply, the majority of people have voted for change up in High Street. It's not just about the bypass. It is about the amenity that is going to be created up in that particular area. It is an opportunity for the High Street precinct to get a huge upgrade up through there for pedestrians, for the traders, for those that come and use the area to come and shop up there. Not everyone's going to be happy with the decision. We understand that, but I'm comfortable in moving into change in that particular area, and we'll see where that takes us. Councillor Condell to close.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Once again, thank you for the debate. I appreciate that. I think the only thing I'd like to add to that is that there's been, quite a significant amount of commentary around the success of Packington Street, and I couldn't agree more. It's a wonderful shopping precinct, It's multicultural. We should be extremely proud of the offerings and the businesses that we have in that area. It is a destination, and it's a destination because it's convenient. It's a destination because of the offerings and the wonderful traders that we have in that area, just like High Street. And it's a destination because it is and has available significant amounts of on-street parking and off-street parking. And there was comments made around the chamber that High Street should aspire to be like Packington Street. My only concern is with the decisions that we're making tonight is that the next decisions we'll be making that are of very similar nature will be in Packington Street, which is a street that is very, very successful today, and I'd be very concerned if we get in the way of that in the future. But that said, I'm happy to hand it over to you, Mr Mayor, to put it to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Those in favour of the alternate recommendation? Those against the alternate recommendation? The alternate recommendation is defeated. We go back to the original recommendation. Sorry, division? Yep. Those in favour of the alternate recommendation, Councillor Contell, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Nelson. Those against, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Murray, Councillor Mason, Councillor Asher and Councillor Manane. So the alternate recommendation is lost. We go back to the original recommendation, moved, where am I? Councillor Murray and seconded Councillor Manane. Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Yes, thank you. As previously, I think it's all been said, and I'll leave it as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Murray. Councillor Manane?
I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments to be made by the councillors? Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to further one point, just to further what Councillor Contell said, and I forgot to mention that about Packington Street, Geelong West. One of the reasons that works so well is because it has on-street parking. Not because it has bike lanes going down either side of it, not because it has buses going down it, because it has on-street parking. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mason?
A couple of very short words, Mr Mayor. Female-friendly, family-friendly and more than under 45-year-old males. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors to make comment at this point? I'll go back to Councillor Murray here to close then. Thank you.
No further, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I'll put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. On to... There's division's been called, so those in favour of the alternate the original recommendation, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Murray, Councillor Mason, Councillor Asher and Councillor Manane. Those against, Councillor Contell, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Nelson. Thank you.
On the election.
Item 4, policy review. Oh, sorry, we do need to go and get Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor...
From 83 spaces to 50.
Yeah, they're playing 500 or something, whatever.
Reduced.
From 83 spaces to 50.
Well, I counted them up. I actually counted the car spaces. It's about 50 something.
Oh dear.
Recommends option 2B, for God's sake. Where's the policy?
Yeah, that's his professional.
Yeah, well, before they think.
Righto, after our impromptu break, go to item 4, which is the policy review, Community Investment Support Fund and revocation of private supporting infrastructure capital co-contribution policy. Moved Councillor Manane and seconded Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Manane.
I'm just putting my smile.
Yes, please do, sir.
Well, it is good news and it's easy to smile about because the Community Investment Support Fund has been increased. But that's not what this particular paper is about. It's about the policy review. This report recommends that Council endorse a revised Community Investment Support Fund policy, including an updated application and assessment framework, associated guidelines and terms of reference. It's also recommended that we revoke the private sporting infrastructure capital co-contribution policy, gee, that's a mouthful, and encompass private clubs and organisations with the revised Community Infrastructure Grants Program, within the revised Community Infrastructure. If Council votes to carry out these actions as recommended, it will mean that clubs and organisations on both council-owned and privately owned land will be eligible to apply for funding under the Community Infrastructure Grants Fund. Previously, this fund was not available to private clubs. This change shifts the emphasis from land ownership to community benefit as the determining factor, and I think we would all agree that's a very good move. The recommended changes to the Community Infrastructure Grants Guidelines would see the financial hardship contribution exemption open to all applicants, the maximum funding for all applicants for Level 2 capital works increased to $350,000, Council's priority themes added to the assessment criteria of gender equity 10%, social equity 10%. These will be nominated annually by Council, these percentages. And an important one which I think is something that we really have a chance to provide our expertise, our engagement with our community is an added assessment criteria under the well-planned project to encourage organisations to contribute some funds, even if it's not 1/3. So there's an opportunity for us to really work closely with organisations. Across all grant schemes, changes to processes would see a much simpler individual grant guidelines, and that's always welcome, of course, increased support to applicants throughout the application period, including information sessions and grant writing workshops, and an extra assessment phase to avoid inadequate paperwork caused in decline of an application. For those of you who have had experience who are working with communities regarding lodgement of applications, there is a segment of our community which could loosely and certainly not disrespectfully be described as unsophisticated, and certainly rely very heavily on volunteerism, and the way those organisations operate from time to time can really be determined by their ability to get membership with expertise in this area. So this is an opportunity for us as councillors to provide that little bit of extra support, understanding and assistance for those clubs that we see maybe need our consultation, need our expertise, for them to clearly articulate the community benefits that they're going to display through their grant, and how they're going to build good community infrastructure or programs with the money we provide them. The Community Investment and Support Fund has been running for 1 year, and these improvements to the policy and procedures were identified as a result of feedback from the 2018-2019 process. The aim of the Community Investment Support Fund is to offer a transparent and equitable grants program to support community groups and achieve overall community benefits. And as I said, we have increased our community grants program in total to about $8.3 million this year. So we do hope that there's a lot of activity in this area. We do hope that a lot of clubs take up the opportunity to come to us, tell us about their program. If it's a good idea, if it meets our guidelines, then we'd certainly like to assist them. Because this community, like all Australian communities, run on volunteerism. We depend very heavily on the value of volunteerism. And if we don't have it, then we're a much poorer society for it. And this is a great way through the Community Investment Support Fund to support volunteerism in our community. So I was very, very happy to recommend this policy change, and especially where we're now had that shift from land ownership to community benefit, which is obviously a very worthwhile determining factor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Contel.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just touch on one point, and then I'll leave it to other councillors to speak more broadly on this report, because there's a lot of benefits and a lot of positivities that are being driven through this. And not to be chest beating, but some time ago, as a councillor, I was made aware of the inequity between those community groups and sporting organisations that provide so significantly to our community in a whole range of manners, how they felt they were discriminated between those that were gifted or had the fortune of being located or operating out of council facilities, as opposed to those operating out of facilities that they had to provide or seek themselves. And, you know, what we did in 2015 was we took one small step towards trying to break through that discrimination, and we introduced a policy that addressed some of the needs of the private sporting clubs, but it was limited to private sporting clubs, and the contribution was also quite restrictive, but it did take some steps forward, and as a result of that, quite a number of those private clubs, particularly in the north, really did benefit. But more needed to be done. It was always an aspiration that we would do more, and not just with sporting clubs, but also with great community groups that are out there, you know, whether they be our Indigenous and Aboriginal groups, whether they be our multicultural groups, our arts fraternity. There are a whole range of community organisations that do so much good for our community, and if you really think about it, they shouldn't be discriminated against because they're in facilities that are non-council. In fact, they should be applauded because they actually remove a significant financial burden from us. You know, one only needs to look at sporting clubs as an example, where you've got a private soccer club that in fact pays for and has to, you know, find revenues throughout the year just to water their grounds, which could be $30,000 plus a year. That benefit we provide to our clubs that are in council facilities. And so it's very hard. And if those clubs, those private clubs or organisations were to fall over, they are initiatives that we would probably still have to pick up as a council. So why wouldn't we better partner with organisations such as this for the greater good of our community? And so one of the aspects of this policy review is to remove some of that discrimination, and I apologise for continuing to use the same word, but it's the way that I see it, to help us progress in many areas a lot quicker for our community, and it can only be a benefit. These community groups are not in it to make a dollar; they're in it to provide outlet services and facilities for the community. So I think the message is has been, you know, articulated in a manner that the community will appreciate it, and this will certainly provide a lot more scope for many more organisations out there to be able to prosper.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Other comments to be made? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I fully support the recommended changes to the program. The concept of having a fund to provide grants for these sort of initiatives for community groups, I think is a really important one for ensuring transparency and appropriate governance for council. One of the reservations that I think many councillors have had is that, including myself, is that there is the potential for inequity, particularly for groups and clubs that struggle to put together sophisticated applications and meet application criteria. And I think some of the changes to this will go at least some of the way towards addressing that. We may still have further work to go as this program rolls out over subsequent years, but I think some of the changes are certainly positive in terms of improving equity. One significant change has been we have removed the criteria around demonstrating economic benefit and added that as that's one element of demonstrating community benefit. So we've expanded the ability to demonstrate community benefit criteria, and that might include economic benefit, but it rewards those clubs that and groups that may not be able to demonstrate any economic benefit, but huge community benefit as a result of their work. So I think that's one really positive change. The other thing that has changed is that the weighting for well-planned project has reduced slightly. I think this is, again, an area where there are clubs that are really sophisticated and professional in terms of applying for applications. They can go around and get multiple quotes. They can demonstrate that they can implement, that they can use the funds, implement the project, do the whole works. There are other clubs and groups that can and do and will have difficulty with that part of the application. But hopefully, with the change in weighting, it gives more opportunity for those who can truly give a lot back to the community to score highly through doing well on that part of the criteria. We've also called for, as part of this review, an increase in the amount of assistance provided to clubs that need them, and we've also broadened the application of the hardship criteria to include the full range of applicants to the grants program. So, as I said, I think there are some valuable changes here that will hopefully address concerns around equity of access to this funding, and it's something that we will really need to monitor closely and engage with our communities about once the new criteria, if this motion is successful, once the new criteria are applied, to ensure that there aren't groups who are missing out based on the way we've set up this fund.
Thank you. Other councillors? Councillor Murray?
Yeah,
you can have that.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. I'm supportive of the recommendation, and whilst just flicking through it, I just want to take it a little bit step further as well. I see the problem with this is we have the sporting clubs, community groups, and we tell them, you can apply for this, do this, but they get lost in the system. They get lost in the application. So what I'd like to see is a form that perhaps as councillors, we carry with us, or, it's just in the glove box, and if we're out somewhere, we can pull out an A4 sheet and we can give it to these groups and explain how it works. Because even just looking at this, please refer to the City of Greater Geelong Standard Grant Guidelines. Well, straight away you'd get lost in the system, I imagine, with some of these groups. So I think we have to find a way to make it easier for these sporting clubs, community groups, to be aware and have access to these community grants far easier than what they are now. This is a policy, and it's a great policy, but to the normal person out running some community group or sporting club, it is difficult. So I think the easier we can make it, the better. So if there was some form that the officers could give to the councillors, and we could use that for 12 months or, whenever we can, and it gets out to the community a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray. Any other councillors? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to support what we've said around the private clubs. Since coming into council in November 2017, I have seen the inequities across all types of sporting clubs and community groups not being able to have access to grants or and relying on the budget bids from councillors to get their projects on across the line. Whilst I still would support councillor bids for things, my view now is that the CIF is the CISF is fair and equitable across the whole of the City of Greater Geelong, which is something that I know I campaigned on, and being transparent when I ran for council. So I think this is a real clear fund. I agree with Councillor Murray, though. I reckon that this is going to require some serious community engagement. This is going to be an extensive communication exercise, and it will require the assistance of council officers to a lot of clubs and community groups, especially from what I know in the Windermere ward, that are not used to having to apply. They're not used to having to get 3 quotes. They're not used to having to understand guidelines. So the officers are going to be very, very busy. If this is supported, this is going to be one of the most contentious things that council are going to do, is endorse the recommendations out of the independent arbiter on these funds. This is where we now need to tell our communities, this is where you go to get lights for your soccer pitch. This is where you go to get funding for your community group. This is where you go to get funding for small events across the city. And I'm pleased to say that we've got this, I think we've got this right. The only caveat I will put on that is around the Heritage Fund. I know that the Heritage Fund is limited to a very small part of the CBD, so I think I'll just foreshadow in the next review, or when we do look at these funds after this round, that I think that we can look at the Heritage Fund not just to be for central Geelong. I think we should look at it across the municipality. There are many, many buildings and many, many opportunities for us to look at heritage in a different way in Geelong, and maybe we can have a look how this works and have a think about all those things outside the small strip in the CBD, and then look at that from a broader perspective, especially out in the burbs. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you, Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief because I appreciate what the time of night it is. It actually is a significant thing that there is total equity now between private and council-owned land, and the Contel brothers should be congratulated for starting that process by introducing the private sport infrastructure capital code contribution policy that we're actually removing tonight and revoking. So I thank the Contel brothers for doing that, and I'm very pleased that this council is actually saying that there should be no difference. In fact, it was probably lazy of the former councils that they were using a process to exclude members of the community from being funded. And what this now does is that it actually makes it a fair playing field where you'll be judged on the merits of and benefits of the community infrastructure or support that you're actually undertaking. And I just echo the comments as well too. Look, the policy is far from perfect. It does need to be continually reviewed and investigated. And clearly, from the statements that the majority of councillors made tonight, that's certainly what's going to be happening. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Before I go back to Councillor Monaine to close. Councillor Monaine to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution. I think you'd be best summarised by saying that this is not the end of the process, but the start of the process for the City of Greater Geelong to build a great grants program. We're going to learn from last year already. We'll certainly learn from what happens, and if we can continue to keep building on that, it can be one of the features of our council. So, happy to put forward the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Monaine. I put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 5, the Vision Annual Report, our Progress 2018. Moved Councillor Asher and seconded Councillor Murray. Thank you, Councillor Asher.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This document looks good and reads pretty well, and I commend the team who's collated all the content. The photos are amazing. They really do showcase our region beautifully, and Simone Bohr and her team have done a fabulous job of listing all the achievements that sit under each of the community aspirations. But I've said it before, this vision document is something we inherited as a council, and we agreed to support it because there had been a lot invested in it before we were elected. When I stood for council, I wanted to be part of creating a strategy for the short, medium and long term. I quite like a good, clear strategy with defined objectives and smart goals and all that stuff. And I would still like to do that, and I know at least a couple of my colleagues would also like to do that. But it is challenging when we have this vision with a pre-prescribed set of objectives. And of course, we also have our council plan, 4-year council plan, which is about as close to an operational set of ambitions as we're allowed to have. So the council plan is an attempt to capture what we as a team want to achieve, because it's what our communities voted us in for. But it's a plan, it's not a strategy. So among all that corporate gobbledygook, I'm saying that between the vision and the plan, I think there is still a gap, but we haven't created a clear and solid strategy with logical and globally recognised metrics. But we are inching towards it, and this vision and the report on the vision is a step in the general direction.
Thank you, Councillor Asher. Councillor Murray.
I think Councillor Asher has summed it up pretty well, and she mentioned the photos in the report, and when the vision in action is a shot from Geelong after dark. I presume that's last year, and just remind everyone that of course this Friday evening is Geelong after dark, and I happened to be in Little Mallet Street last Friday evening, and there was a few rehearsals and some action, and it looked fantastic. So this Friday night will be spectacular, I'm sure. I've got nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Anyone else to speak? Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I agree with Councillor Asher's comments. It is an inherited, piece that we came into, but I think that, as Councillor Asher said, we did inherit it. There was 16,000 community members helped create the vision. I think that we've now got an opportunity to look at these things in wholesome views about where we would like to take the city in the next 12 months, and we can have a review of that. Thank you, Councillor Murray, for telling us about Friday night's event. I will be at the Melbourne Victory, Go Victory, for elimination final on Friday.
Western United.
That's after dark.
Any other councillors to speak? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Asher to close. Thank you.
Just do a quick one. Look, it is a 30-year vision, and the targets to achieve it are still definitely a work in progress, and Simone is very aware of that, and we have talked about it. So the set of measures is still fairly clunky, definitely embryonic, and I'm not even sure how relevant they are either, frankly. And speaking of embryonic, it actually reminded me of a funny story. A friend of mine told me about what happened when they had their 4th child. And she said with the first one, everybody bought flowers and toys and wrote cards and commented on how beautiful the child was. Second baby was equally as plain as the first one. She said it herself. She said they were ugly children. But she said they still got compliments, lots of nice teddy bears and cards. She said the third one was no better looking. They only had a few people visit the hospital and do a few oohs and ahs and say how cute it was. And by the time the 4th child came in, she said she wasn't even sentimental about childbirth or anything anymore. And she said this baby could never be described as anything approaching beautiful. She said it was so unattractive. The only visitors that she had come to the hospital walked in and said, "Congratulations, gee, nice bunny rug." And that describes how I feel when I look at the report card and the measures on this document a bit. The document itself is quite the beautiful bunny rug, but the metrics and our performance against the vision are decidedly unattractive, I think, at this point. But I will reiterate, we really do appreciate the effort that the team goes to putting into some sort of measures in place, and the reality is that none of it is actually showering us in any glory. The performance against the measures is very ordinary. A lot of the measures aren't even determined yet. So we do have a long way to go, but it's some sort of line in the sand, and I'm happy enough to move the motion to note the report.
Thank you. Put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 6 is the proposed sale of 257 Roslyn Road in Highton. Move Councillor Manane and seconded Councillor Nelson. Thank you, Councillor Manane.
This report recommends Council start the public process of selling the land at 257 Roslyn Road, Highton, the former Highton Kindergarten property. That kindergarten was replaced by a state-of-the-art $5.5 million Highton Child and Family Centre in Bellevue Avenue in March, which is a terrific facility. If Council decides to commence this process, the City will consider any feedback from the public, and if requested, submissions will be heard by the Submissions Review Panel, followed by a report to Council. If no submissions are received, the property will be sold through a competitive marketing process. This is just an example of us realising on an existing asset transferring the value to a new purpose, and more than likely supporting a new community with a new asset as a result of that action. So I recommend we proceed as proposed and see if there's any submissions from community. If not, we could dispose of the asset.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not much other than I really want our community, or my Highton community, to get on board and have their submissions, put their submissions in. Yes, this will give us a substantial kick in the budget for some extra funds, probably close to $1 million, I'm guessing, for that block of land, as the prices are in Highton and surrounds. But my only concern is there's just a rather large amount of gum trees there that 60, 70, 80 feet high. And I think if we could keep those, that'd be good, but I don't think so.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other comments to be made? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Manane to close.
Nothing further.
Put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour, those against, that is carried. Thank you. Item 7, draft golf facility strategy. Moved Councillor Murray and seconded Councillor Aiken. Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This recommendation is to endorse the golf facility strategy. The city has 7 golf courses on council-owned Crown land, being Ballyang, Par 3, Bowen Valley, Clifton Springs, East Geelong, Lara, Ocean Grove and Queen's Park. Each of these facilities is operated under one of 3 different management roles: 100% city managed, leased facilities and city maintained course, or a full site lease. This strategy proposes a transition to club-based management models and to discontinue the city's role in directly operating golf facilities over 3 years. So, Mr Mayor, this is obviously a big shift in Council's approach. As I say, it's going out for a 4-week public exhibition period. I encourage members of the public, and I guess especially those who are on golf committees and know a bit about the game, to get it on and have their say. And like most sports, I think it certainly has its challenges, and I see that there's 6 challenges and opportunities that have been identified. And that's for golf clubs and facilities to be more market focused and adapt to stay relevant, to be customer focused and become friendlier to women, families, younger generations, diverse groups and social golf clubs, to focus less on competition golf and introduce social or short format and other golf entertainment participation options, to consider new business models to ensure greater facility visitation and revenue diversification, and deliver high-quality customer experiences, especially hospitality, for better communication and marketing, to take advantage of the technology to assist, and to provide valuable social, community, environmental and economic benefits. And I guess golf is facing challenges like most sports, and just quickly thinking that those sports that have taken on short versions and have been successful, like cricket, netball and tennis, just to quickly think of 3 that have looked at how they're played and have introduced the short format, which has been successful. So this is, as I say, a big shift in Council's approach, and will be available for feedback for the next 4 weeks. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, I reserve the right to vote against it after it's been to public consultation. What's more important is that we actually are putting this out to the golf clubs in particular to give us direction and guidance, and I'll certainly wait for the golfing community, and in particular those members that are affected by the proposed changes, to influence my final decision on this. In particular, my interest is the Lara Golf Club, and how I'm pleased that we're now at the position that I can actually talk to them about what Council's attempting to do. Up until now, we haven't been able to be in that position to be able to do that. So I'm glad we're giving the community an opportunity to review this. but it certainly doesn't mean to say that I myself or other councillors are committed 100% to this. I think it is worthy of getting the feedback from the users and the broader community about this policy and proposal.
Thank you. Any other councillors to make comment? Councillor Contell?
Yes, I reiterate Councillor Aitken's comments that I look forward to the feedback as well. But I am pleased, and just to highlight that there seems to be a real effort being made to help the likes of East Geelong Golf Club, which the Brownville Ward councillors are well aware that the club reached out to us on a number of occasions and have been struggling somewhat, and that this is indicating that we would look at reducing their annual rent to give it a bit more parity with similar council facilities in and around Geelong. So I look forward to the feedback not only from East Geelong but also from the other golf clubs within the municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Grisbeck?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do agree that we need to put it out for community consultation. I've just got a couple of hesitant things around employment of the city staff. So I am concerned that at this point, if we do go down this path, that we may put jobs in jeopardy, but we'll come to that point, and I would hope that when we get to the point of receiving the feedback that we hear from those that use the courses, those that maintain, those that run the courses, and those general public that have an interest in open space within our municipality. So I'm very hesitant about agreeing that this is the right strategy until we hear from the community further forward. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I am concerned that if we do go down this path, that it may be that we need to start thinking about individuals' jobs, etc. So I know that, look, the city is always growing in FTE. It's just maybe about how we, if this strategy is the right strategy, how we transition those staff either to different roles or in other ways that we might do that. So that's just my concern.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Any other comments? Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't be too much longer. I certainly share Councillor Grisbeck's concern with what may happen, but I certainly encourage all the community to get on board and comment on this survey, even though we might not get the right result. Certainly Lara and Bowen Valley, Lara might be in a bit of trouble with its low usage. That certainly concerns me, but hopefully with the new developments we're getting out there, that might help them. Clifton Springs, I don't understand why we still manage Clifton Springs, because that's a pokey venue. It goes against everything that we are as a council, yet we continue to support them. So they should go out on their own. But just encourage everyone to get on board and fill out the surveys. Otherwise, golf will be very different in Geelong.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. There's no further comments. I just want to make a quick comment in relation to a couple of the courses. One of the things in relation to golf is it's very much based with the quality of the courses. That is actually what attracts the golfers to those particular clubs, and it's the experience offered by that particular course, the challenge of the course and the quality of that course. That is what differentiates between a number of the courses we see today in Geelong. Geelong is a huge offering per capita of golf courses, but there is a great gap between the quality of the golf courses. And one of the harshest effects we're seeing is the drought, having a major effect on our golf courses. Golf courses are huge consumers of water, we know that, so it's an area we need to look at in relation to how we're going to drought-proof some of the golf courses in the future, if they're going to survive. Councillor Murray to close.
Yeah, nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
I'll put the recommendation to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Can I get a mover, please, to go into confidential? Move Councillor Contell, seconded Councillor Mason. Those in favour, those against, that is done. We'll be moving item 8 into confidential. Section C, Assembly of Council. We'll move in a second, please. Councillor Sullivan. Move Councillor Ashton, seconded. Those in favour, those against, that is carried. Section D is the planning delegations. Move in a